Good evening, everybody. From Spline Design Studios Saturday. Gonna get things started off on time for a change. Checking everything else with the bot functions and whatever. I'm having a little bit of issue. Notice I kind of gave it a test there. Let's see, everything was working. All systems go type of thing. Yes. So let me turn this down a little bit. Oh yes, we are back for, we're going to be going over, continuing creation of that camper group, the new camper group model for, will primarily be used for shared items for track build. So, yeah, there's that. Just getting everything loaded here. Everything seems to be good, so I'm gonna go ahead and bring this over. Let's see. There we go. So hope everybody's having a good Saturday. I know it's a tad bit chilly here, and it's much for the time of the season, I guess. Anyway, Christmas is right around the corner. I only got last check. Let's see. How many days now? We only got less than a couple weeks, though. Not even a couple weeks. Got about a week, a little over a week. So, yeah, hopefully everybody's got their Christmas shopping all done. Okay, so yeah, we've got our camper model loaded here, and some new things that I'm going to try out here too. I guess as I say that, there's some things that I can do for myself as far as to 100% rely on you as the viewers to produce clips, I guess, of the stream for things that you find important. Not ruling out the fact that you can still do that, I guess, as far as the viewers. But to with the new dashboard that Twitch has given us as streamers on their platform, we do have the option to add highlights and or markers, if you will, I guess, to the stream so that we can necessarily potentially clip things. I'm noticing the one option that I have, though, isn't actually going. It's not active. I figured that would actually go active, I guess, once I went live stream. So I'm not sure what's up with that. Have to look into that. Okay. Yep, so still some new things to work, it's just new tools to work with, I guess, as far as in the, so yeah, we'll just have to make sure we can work those out so we can have more at our disposal, I guess, as far as being able to produce, short little clips of things. So I know being able to, having it necessary to watch the entire VOD, I guess, to find a particular, I'm just tongue-tied today. A particular set of instructions or like something you were looking for in specific. It's hard to sometimes remember, I guess, the timestamp, I guess, of those. So to have something available. Okay, so what has happened since last stream, as you can probably somewhat recall for those that have been staying in tune, I guess, with the streams. One of the things that was needed to do to create this new camper group was to remove the 3D wheels. From that, you can still see some of these models in here don't have the wheels at all applied to them. Since the last stream, I didn't really post anything about this because I just kind of finished it up prior to the start of stream, to be honest. But all the donor models have been redone, I guess, so we can potentially replace all the ones that we have loosely placed in this group. So these that don't have any wheels on it at all will receive a donor model that have all been redone with the more of the traditional way, I guess, of you know, boxy type with no 3D wheels on them. So this will only pertain to this particular model that we're trying to create here. So for the other camper models that I've done in the past, as far as the smaller groups, as far as the camper lines and the camper curves and what have you, what it basically boils down to is like that same texture will be used on this one as well as those. So with that being said, I had to, in order to make this a universal texture so that it can be used on both models, I had to do quite a bit of editing to this texture, I guess, to allow that to happen. One of them being on this model, I had the bottom half of the wheels of it were cut off, so I had to redo that. I had to shift pretty much everything in this texture to allow, I guess, for a better, you know, more full-on side view, I guess, of this particular camper, to more or less to allow, I guess, for that, and to make sure it's going to work, I guess, on the other camper models that I've done. What will have to happen, unfortunately, this is probably somewhat the downside of it, is the camper models that I previously made on the old texture before I redid it. This model and every one of those will have to be redone as far as remapped. So I can kind of show that off a little bit. Let's see if I go into a track. We'll go ahead and load. Might even be easier. How did I say that? I'm gonna go ahead and load up one of my other tracks here that I was testing this on. I don't think I have the texture on it. I'm trying to think here now. Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I think I did take that out. Okay, that's not a big deal. In any case, yeah, I guess I did. I removed that out. And now that I think of it, so yeah, that's not a big deal. Basically, bottom line is the previous models that I made. Actually, I know what I can do. Just thought about this. So, like these models that I previously made for the shared items, these here. This I haven't replaced yet. This is the original texture, so I can kind of show this too to give a comparison as far as what I had to adjust. So let's see if I can point to that. That's the new textures. Let's see here. I'm going to go to the main folder here into the shared, and this one here. So this is the old texture. You can see how this camper here, when I made this mount. Now, keeping in mind, when I originally did this texture, I didn't need the tires in there because I was using a 3D model tire or wheel. So I basically just got the bottom up to the bottom portion of it to fit this in the texture. So I've had to redo this texture, as I showed, to include, you know, the full on. So that way it'll be universal between this camper model that we're trying to create and all the other camper models that I've done, the smaller ones. So hopefully that makes a little bit of sense as far as what I'm doing here. So yeah, that's what's been happening. That was a lot of work to get this. I had to shift pretty much all of these. I had to resize every one of these different campers to get this to fit properly into the, you know, the Power 2 template size. Can't have an odd shaped texture because it has to be in a Power 2. In this case, 512 by 512. So kind of like cramming 10 pounds of potatoes in a 5-pound sack in this case. But I got it to work, and I think it will be just fine. The only downside to it is, like I said, I'll have to redo all those individual models that I've created for camper models previously, which would be, it won't show in here, but I can give you an idea. If I load this up here in 3D SimEd, this is one of the smaller camper groups that I created. So primarily this camper here, this one, let me see if I can shift it. Is there a better picture of it? So this camper right here, this is the one that had to be adjusted. This is still with 3D model tires, as you can tell. But this model, this camper right here is the one that'll have to be redone and all these individual, as far as the camper lines, the camper curve, this is the one that'll have to be remapped. And I have those original models all saved, so that shouldn't be too much of an issue. It's just a matter I'll have to redo the mapping on that camper and then spit out a new model, I guess, to accommodate the new texture that I created. So between this one, that's the camper curve, the camper line, and the camper line 2. Yeah, so like this one, same thing. That same model, and it won't show in here, like I said, because this is still using the texture that I originally created for this before I redid it. So this camper right here is the one I'll have to redo in that group as well. And in camper line 2, these are all just different configurations of campers. So there's that one, that's this camper I'll have to redo. And then the camper V line, which is this one here, and that'll be this camper here. Yeah, this one with the flat nose on it. So yeah, in every one of those models that I just shown in through here, I'll have to remap this one here to accommodate that new texture. So when I put that new texture on it, with the 3D wheels still, I keep that in mind. These particular camper groups will still have the 3D wheels in it. What won't have the 3D modeled wheels is the camper group that we're creating right here, and it's because we came to the conclusion that having the 3D modeled wheels in this group, it doesn't allow it to load in the sim, and it crashes it. So that's an unfortunate thing, but we've obviously figured out a workaround for that, and the workaround was just to create a separate type of model that doesn't have the 3D modeled wheels, and it's more of the traditional style boxy look, I guess, to it. And I think they turned out pretty good, to be honest. It's not really what I wanted to. I was hoping not to have to do. I wanted to have more of a 3D effect, I guess, to models like this, but because there's so many in this particular model, and we're using it. We're potentially wanting to use this as a shared item for tracks that load within the simulation. So because of that, there is a limitation to the number of the amount of detail basically in the model. In this case, it happens to be 3,000 polys. What we're trying to do in this case, and I can kind of show with what I got here so far, all these are pretty much individualized. Oops. Let me do it this way. So all these campers are still individualized, and I still got to swap some of these out based on our donors. But what'll need to happen is here. Let me go ahead and select all of this and group this up. Yeah, let's just group it. I don't need to collapse. I can do it one of two ways. I can group it, or just let's do this really quick. So if I do that, I should. Let's see if it'll let me. Actually, it won't do it that way. Okay, no problem. So I'll ungroup it. Gotta give that a shot anyway. So what I'll do is I'll just go ahead and collapse this. I can always undo it. So let's collapse this all down into one object. You can see how the bounding box changed. So now this is all one object. And so what I have here so far. See if I can get the polygons. Come on. Go to polygons, and we'll select all these polys in this. Hold on a second. There we go. Had to turn them on. So all the polys are selected in this, and right now we're at 2,813 polys, which won't increase too much more once we swap out these donor items. It'll still be, what we're shooting for is to be under 3,000. That's what we're shooting for. Now, this should, as it is right now, it should be more than sufficient. In theory, at least anyway. This hasn't been tested yet. I want to make that abundantly clear too. This hasn't been tested in the simulation yet to ensure this is actually going to work. And I can probably, if I wanted to, and I might even do that now that I say that, just to kind of show that, create this as a model in itself, just as it is with the 2,813 polys, and see if that'll actually load in the sim. I could probably do that. I might actually do that. So let's see here. What do I need to do, I guess, before that, so we can keep this way. Better yet, get a better idea. Let's back this up. Get them all into the individual pieces here. You can see them all highlighted. And then what I'm going to do is take our donor models. Whoops. Let's just do this. I'll select these independently. I'll delete those, and I'll be able to bring all those back. And then we on hide. This is our original camper model that we're trying to replace. This is the one we're trying to update. This one here is. Oh, okay. Trying to remember what the heck was going on there. Okay, no problem. So we'll delete this as well. So we're just left with this. Now I'll take this again. There's a method to my madness as far as like uncollapsing that. I wanted to make sure that when I undo this all, it'll bring back my donors, then the original object, and then undo the collapse. That's kind of what I'm shooting for there. So go to my hammer, collapse it down. That's one object. I'm not worried about the name of the object and all that right now. But what I'll need to do from here, let's go back to here. I need to create a new 3ds so I can create a new pass file. In this case, I'll have to do 2 of them because we have one for day and one for night, the way we have this thing scripted. So we'll save over this 3ds. That's fine. We'll just save over that. We already know that this one that we've done, we did show that last week. It did crash the sim because it was too much. So that's why all the work has been done off stream to actually get this to where it's working properly. Potentially, that's what we want to test. So let's save over this 3ds file. We'll go export, navigate to that folder. General objects. Got a lot of different little projects that I've been working on, and we want to change this to 3ds, and this is the file we want to overwrite. And then what we'll have to do from here, excuse me, I'll have to reset this whole thing anyway, and go into our Max 5, which is necessary in order to create these pass files I need to run with the script. So that is a must. So let's go like that. We'll open up our Max 5. Take this second for this to load. And we'll load that 3ds that we just created into here. Apply our texture, spit it out as our. What we'll have to do is we'll have to apply our. Yes, yeah, that's normal. It's just telling me I've got 2 of the same plugin, I guess, for what I'm working with here with that pass script, whatever. So it's. This is tend to be a little bit loud, so I'm gonna turn this down a bit. Let's turn that down just a tad. There we go. That's better. That's better. Okay, so yeah, it still hasn't populated yet in the dashboard. That's interesting. Okay. Okay, this one I can go ahead and close. I'm just showing the comparisons of that. Okay. Now we're gonna, like I said, we're gonna go ahead and load up that 3ds. Okay. Camper groups, and it's really because I like to keep everything, kind of in its own place. I find I put so much stuff on my desktop, it gets so cluttered, and even as I have things that are still actively in progress, I like to still keep them in their place because it just keeps things neat on the desktop, so it's not so cluttered. So that's a method to my madness, at least anyway. So we've got our 3ds loaded up here, and like I said, it's got the 2813 polys. And this is what we want to test, at least at this point, to see if it does necessarily crash the sim, because if it does, we may still have an issue. We could probably just get away with just taking a couple of these models out, hopefully, and that would be enough. So yeah, yep, still 2,813 polys. Okay, just verify and open up the material editor. And we're going to apply our day texture. We need to make 2 pass files, in this case, like I said, one for day and one for night. And we want to load this in here, apply it to the actual model. That is a must. And I'm not worried about the name of the the model mesh right now, because it's just a test for now. So we'll do export, and we'll go ahead, whoops, put that in our same folder, general, and yep, camp groups, shared, and I want to save this as a pass file in this case. Whoops, I gotta go to the 3ds folder, that's fine. My bad. I've got the shared folder for the completed, as far as the objects that are done, and then I have one for my 3ds stuff. This is all the raw stuff. So here we go. So we need to change this to pass. This one we want to export. And in this case, we need the D for day. Camper Cog D. Okay, so there's that one, and then all I'm going to do, and I can do this either one of 2 ways. I can do a new sphere. I'll just do it that way. Choose the night texture, applies that texture appropriately, and then spit this one out as Camper Cog N, like so. Okay. So now we got our 2 new pass files, and so what we'll need here, I'm gonna open up another directory here. Get into my Make3Do directory. And I keep that all my program files for the sandbox. These are all original sandbox utilities here. We'll have to go into a command prompt once we get all this stuff shifted over. Okay, so we need the 2 new pass files. These 2 here, our script, and our 2 textures. Now the textures can be any combination of the bitmap TGA and or the MIPS. Either way, you don't necessarily need to have the MIPS in there if you've got the raw textures, be it a TGA or bitmap. So just a little bit review, I guess, as far as the use of this utility. Primarily what we've shown before is like if you put the MIP files based on the raw texture as far as the bitmap or TGA, it allows you to use the View 3D, which you can, that's another command prompt utility in conjunction with Make3Do to actually view your produce your outputted model through the Make3Do utility. So now what we need to do is bring up a command prompt. I'm going to bring this command prompt window up here. We need to change directory. I know I struggled with this last week because it was I toughed it out last week, I guess, to actually get a model in there last week to actually test it, and it was like, that was like a, yeah, it didn't go well, just put it that way. So I'm gonna point this to, so let's see how well this goes. See if my typing doesn't fail me. Okay, we're going to, whoops, I can see I already screwed up. Helps when you type it right. And then we're gonna go to Sandbox and Make3Do. Okay, so that should be good. There we go. So now we're in that directory. And now we just need to call up the actual program, which is the Make3Do. We are running a script in this case. And the name of the script is cmpr underscore cog dot psg. And we're not running any other parameters like an environment map, you know, for shininess and all that stuff. That's all we need there. We just push enter. And what that does is it spits out our 3DO. And from here, if you got the 3D SimEd utility, you can load it from here just to kind of check it. You don't always want to 100% go by what you see in here. That's Very important. You definitely do want to make sure you get it in the track, actually test it in the game, and check it that way. This is just to see that it does load, and see if you get any errors, you know, as far as a crashing issue, I guess, with the model initially. Now, with that being said, this doesn't confirm that it shouldn't crash the sim during race weekend, right? That's another thing. That's why you don't 100% always go with what result you get from 3D Sim Ed. You may be able to open it this way, but that doesn't confirm that the model is good to go. Always want to test it in the sim. Okay, so now that we got our new model, I do have the new. I'm going to cut this out actually. I'm going to put this in the shared folder for this directory. I've already got the new textures in this directory. I did those off stream, as I said. So those are in there. All I have to do is just replace this 3DO, which is newer, which is what we want. Okay, now if we open the track, this will be another thing to keep in mind. Just because it loads in Sandbox, just as well. The model loads in Sandbox does not confirm and or deny, I guess, the fact that the model's good to go, I guess, as far as to not crash the sim or whatever in the sim itself once you go to race weekend for this particular model. So let's go ahead and load the track. We can at least test it this way. Okay, where are we at here? So that's that. Got a few folders open here now. I'm going to go in our track, or North Wilkesboro in this case. And then the way this is applied to the track so far is it's through the shared folder. So you can see where I put those items. We're trying to make this model to be universal. So regardless of if you want to put it directly into the track and have the object load from the track itself, and or just from the shared folder. And that's by design. The original tracks in the simulation these types of items did load from the shared folder. Right now that's where we have it. That's what we want to test. So once we get it working that way, we'll be able to yeah, so this is going to be floating, which is to be expected. And so you can see already as far as the problem with the original. Oh, wait a minute, this has got an overlaid. How did that happen? I must have forgot to take out a. You can see that's clipped in there, so I'll have to fix that. So that was the model I was talking about as far as that's been adjusted. So I think that's still got an old model in there. I think that's what's going on there. I think. Let me see here. That might be. So that's the corner. That's a corner one there. Let me look at another one here. Yeah, see, that one should be fixed. That's what I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. You can see how much I adjusted this one. So based on this new model, yeah, something didn't go right there. I wonder why. Did I put the new texture in there? I'm pretty sure I did. Yeah, let me double check that real quick. That should be what should happen here. What I expected to see is just a hole here with not being able to see the actual tires like this. So I'm not sure what happened there. But yeah, this is the one in particular that I had to adjust all these models. So I have to. Why is that showing that way? That's interesting. No, I did not expect that. So what'll happen here, in theory, at least, is even with the 3D model, so the camper models with the ones I showed previously, as far as all the smaller groups, it would show this with the 3D model tire, and that's not what I want. That is not what I want. So what happened here? That is not what I want. Don't tell me I goofed somewhere. Yeah, because that looks good there. Okay, well, let me check the texture. The texture looks right because it's got the dark on the bottom there, so it kind of tells me I guess that should be good to go. So this is the texture that should be loading. Okay, let me check the MIP for that in our shared folder. Maybe I didn't replace them. I thought I did. I was pretty sure I did. So it should be this one. That one's in. Okay, that's the original one there. I don't want that one. I want the one that's in. And navigate to it. Alright, nope, not that one. Shared folder. I'll back this off here. Shared folder. Alright, so now we're looking for campers. Where'd you go? Alright, where'd you go? Hold on. Gotta be in here. No, here's this way. Oh, here we go. So campers D and campers N, right? So this one, that should be the right texture. Huh, well, that's interesting. Something didn't work out there then. So I must have still some. Okay, I think I get what it is. The ones that I did replace, that's what I gotta look in here. So I did replace one of these, I think. So the ones that are showing up in the track here are the ones I didn't replace yet. That's what it is. That's what it is. I knew something was going on. So yeah, these are all the ones I do have to replace yet. So there should be, let me see here, one that I did replace. At least one. I thought I did. Yeah, here's one. This is, nope, that's not it either. I know there's one of these I did replace. I just gotta find it. That's one I did, but that's not the one I'm looking for. Da-da-da. Maybe I didn't replace one of those. I thought I did. Maybe I didn't. Yeah, so, yeah, what's going on here, and I thought that's what was screwing me up, is I have not replaced this with our new donor model as far as the one that's remapped texture. So it's still reading the original model, you know, as far as the way it was UV mapped. So, and I thought I had put one of those in here. I thought I replaced one. I guess I didn't. Okay. Yeah, so that's all that should be going on. Okay. So far it does load in Sandbox. Okay, we're good there. But like I said, this is not a confirmation that the overall model is good to go as far as whether or not it's going to crash the sim or not based on too many polys or whatever. So that's keep that in consideration as far as moving forward. This does not confirm that the model's good to go as it is, but it does at least verify that your model will load in Sandbox at least. That's all that confirms. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and close that out, and we're good on this so far. We want to get to actually replacing those models as we need to. Yeah, okay, so let's go ahead and reset this. We don't need this anymore. And we'll load up our other version of... now, I could... The only reason why I can't use Max 5 there... Hey, Racer James coming in there. How we doing? There's Torch. Thank you for getting my attention, I guess, as far as using the audible commands. We got several ones out there. How we all doing this Saturday? Hope you're doing good. Glad to have you. So yeah, I'm just in the process of finishing up that camper model. I was just showing the comparisons of what we had to fix in the texture, so on and so forth. So yeah, kind of scared me a little bit because I thought maybe something went wrong with our model when we had checked it out in the track, as far as still being read through the shared folder for this particular object. I did have to redo the texture, as I said, just to kind of summarize, and that was a pain. because all these individual campers I had to resize to get it to fit, because my original texture, I had the wheels on this one in particular, I had them cut off on the bottom. So next to having to fill in, I guess, the dark box underneath, whatever, and trying to make it so that this will work with the other camper models that I have, so to make it a universal one. So regardless if you want to read it from the shared or just the individual camper groups that you've directly installed into the track itself, this texture will work. So, gotta love ads. We'll skip that. We'll skip that crap. Alright, there we go. And keep the Techno-X royalty-free music going on YouTube. So, okay. Torch is in the middle of stuff. Here at the house. Okay, no problem, Torch. Lurkers are always welcome as well. Appreciate it. Yeah, so as I said, all I'm doing here is just to finish up our camper group or camper cog model to replace the original. I did a ton of work off stream to get that. I'm gonna load up Max 14 here and finish that up. But yeah, as I was saying too, I cannot necessarily load that saved scene file into Max 5 and work in just Max 5 directly because of it being saved from 2014. I can necessarily use that 3DS if I wanted to and create a new save scene, I guess, from Max 5 if I wanted to, but that's kind of a redundancy in my mind, so that's why I don't do it that way. I do most of all the modeling work in 14, save that as a 3DS, put it in Max 5, just as I did to create the pass files that are needed based on that. So let's reload our texture or our scene for that. So let's go mesh general. In this case, we need to go to camper groups, shared, and this camper cog. Yeah, let's get that gamma thing there, so that's cool. Yeah, so all I gotta do is finish replacing. I must not have saved that. That's not a big deal. I did place them in here. That's probably why it didn't show. Some of these models I did replace based on the new donor vehicles, but I didn't save that scene, so that's not a big deal. Not a big deal. I just did some testing, I guess, prior to stream to make sure this was gonna actually fly and it was gonna work. So yeah, like this model here, I've got these. I can pick from that and just making progress on the front stretch, and this nice. So we'll have some more things to apply to the track like that. I kind of feel this object here is being a bugger as far as getting enough of the. I'm tending to understand why Papyrus did the original model like they did with all that filler. You talk about fillers. They put all that filler, I guess, in between here, I guess, to make it look like more of a solid object. I am beginning to understand as far as the limitations that still exist with the simulation. But the fact, trying to get it to where it's still got some 3D dimension to it, as far as to not have to put that filler stuff in there. That's what we're trying to accomplish here by doing this model. And keeping within the same footprint of the original model. In fact, I can bring that in here. This is the original model that we're trying to replace. We're trying to use that same footprint from this model by using our new models. So, yeah, that's kind of what we're going for. I'm not sure why. Hold on a second. Is this set to 0? It is. Well, some of these are raised. I'm not sure why. It might be because they're missing the wheels. I'm not sure. Yeah, because those shouldn't have moved. They shouldn't have anyway. Anyway, we'll get our new donor models in there and we'll see what we got. We'll be going back and forth and checking that as we go to make sure we're at the right height. As far as that, because Our donor models are based on, as far as the bottom edges, they're at 0. So that much we do know. Oh, we're into our show tunes already. Cool. Alright, so we're going to clone this object from our donors. And it's just a matter of cloning it and putting it in a position to replace the ones that we have in our group here. Okay, so we're just going to go like so. And we don't have to get super picky, I guess, about this at this time. We can always adjust as we go. In fact, I might keep these kind of out of... the only thing I'm really concerned with as far as getting some of these around the perimeter of the overall model itself is I don't want to go outside the original footprint of the model that we're trying to replace. And that's just to accommodate as far as if you want... how do I want to explain this? So it's like the shared item that we're trying to replace, if it's applied to a track already, we don't want it to be outside of that and clip into other things that might be around it, if that makes sense. So by maintaining the original footprint of the original Pappy model, we can be assured that that won't happen. Okay, so let's make sure I can select. There we go. So the one we want to keep is the one with the with the tires on it. Yep. So the ones. So now we got 2 models here already replaced. Kind of did this last week. Kind of got this one done and kind of filtered those in here. I've got one that's on one of the corners. I gotta see here. Yeah, this one right here. It's kind of, I got 2 over the top of each other. I don't know how that happened, but don't know how that happened, but we're gonna fix that right away. And that's yeah, this is the one we were seeing in the track that was doubled. I still got that open? No, I closed it. Okay. Yeah, but this is clipping. You see there's 2 of the same one on there. So I should be able to delete one of them. There we go. There we go. And then we want to take from our donors here, like so, and clone it. I can do Control V on this too. I'm just choosing, I guess, to use the long way just to kind of show it. Hold your hand mode, as I've always said. Okay, so we can spin this. Okay, and we're just going to put this, and again, I'm being very particular about the ones that are on the outer fringes of this model, this overall model, only because I don't want it to be outside of the original footprint of the Pappy model. So we'll be checking frequently and periodically, if that's even a term, to make sure that that's the case. So I'll put that in a position, and I'll unhide the original Pappy model to make sure that's not going to be outside of that. So here's the outside edge of that. So it's kind of coming out a little bit, but it's not too bad. Yeah, that's actually not too bad. I could probably adjust. Now I want to make sure, let's delete the one. Let's hide this here for a second. We want to get rid of the one that's, let's see, which one am I taking out though? Yeah, I deleted the wrong one, crap. Yeah, this is the one we want to replace, so. Alright. No worries. We should, in theory, be able to, it should still be on this, so we can do, nope. Never mind. I deleted it. No problem. Go back up here, clone it. I deleted the wrong one. Must have had it too close there. So when I selected it, I selected the wrong one. This kind of helps to, you know, as far as the naming of the things. Because I've got donor in the name of it, that should be a little bit easier for me to tell up in here. Once I select it, if it says donor on it, then I know I've got the wrong one, as far as, because this one here doesn't have donor. It's just an object, but it doesn't have donor in the name of it. That should have been a clue to me that I had the wrong. Whoops, I don't want to do it that way. I think I changed the Z-axis on there. I don't want to do that. There, that should be better. I think I might have lifted it up there, and I don't want to do that. Alright, so let's get this in here like so. Now what I want is this one here, so it doesn't have donor in the name of it. There, now I know I replaced the right one. That's what we want, just like that. So, yeah, I wanted to take care of that one because I noticed that when we opened up that in the track, I noticed that was clipping in there. Because I had two objects of the same nature in there, so that's okay. So let's do, we got these kind of in rows here, so we're going to get this one out of our donor models, which is right here. And it's just a clone and replace, basically. And again, it's got donor in the name, so it should be a pretty good indication of which one I know I need to replace once I get it over top of the one that I want to replace. I don't have to be perfect with this, but yep, so that one doesn't have donor, so there we go. Cool, it's one at a time. And I had used the grouping function and all that stuff like that because I've already got some in this model right here. I'm basically just replacing what I've already got here. That's why I'm tending to use it just this process of just one at a time, as opposed to doing like a group type of thing. So this one is this one here. Okay, so we're gonna clone this and just replace it. Drag this over here, and like I said, I don't have to get super picky on its position right now, just making sure that it's not outside of the original footprint of the original Pappy model is all. And most of these that I had in place in this fashion, they were within the original, inside the footprint of the original Pappy model, so I should be alright. Should be alright. So now I just want to make sure I get the model that I want to take out, which is this one. There we go. And then we want to get this one from our donors, which is this one right over here. So we'll do an edit clone. Alright, and then pull that out. And just put it in position. This should go pretty quickly, actually. Should go pretty quickly. I've taken a lot of the grunt work out as far as to get, I really didn't want to have to show all that laboring work as far as to get the texture redone and all that, as far as to get the donor models to the condition they are right now. That would have been painful to watch. It would have been painful for me to do. It took me about roughly 3 or 4 hours, I guess, to do that. So just to kind of give you some idea, it was tedious. I will not lie. But it's all in an effort to make that texture more universal, as far as regardless if it's on this camper group or the original models that I did, it's going to work on both textures. So I only have to have one for day, one for night. I won't have to have a separate set of textures, I guess, to use for this model in comparison to the other camper models that I've done. So it's kind of reducing it in that fashion. So it's a win-win situation. So I need to clone this one. I guess I didn't realize I had two of the same here. That's alright. We'll go with it. We can always change this model up as we go. Right now I'm not going to get too picky with, you know, having all these same 3 types of campers, I guess, on the roll. I see this here too. So some of these are going to have to randomize a little better, but for now I'm not going to worry about it. Just being aware, I guess I'll have to adjust that so it doesn't look so unrandomized. Alright, That's the one we want to delete. There we go. Yep. Not the bad, not the bad, not the bad. Okay, so that one's already done. This one right here. So I need this one. This one's pretty easy to tell. Here it's got this little dark spot on the roof. That's the way I kind of did that intentionally, I suppose, to tell the difference between this one and this one, because they both kind of brown. This is kind of like more of a tan, and this one's white, which is not too hard to tell. So there's somewhat of a method to my madness as far as putting this spot on the top there. Yeah, that one's done. We need this one here. Here we go. Clone. Kind of bouncy too. So just put this in position here. And these are all straight, not cockeyed or anything like that. So yeah, you can kind of see how the the new wheels, as far as the wheel positions, the flat wheels, I guess, kind of line up right underneath it. It's kind of cool. So what I can do is actually take this and clone it from here, put this here. Kind of make it a little bit easier on ourselves for now. Okay, just pull that one off, pull this over here. So I said this would be pretty quick. Now I'll need to remove, again, still just the one with the object. I'll keep the donor. Okay. It's going to say to our playlist, stop already. Now we're good to go. Cool. Do let me know if the background music is a little too loud, if it's too low, if you want to hear it a little bit higher. Adjust that accordingly. It's good on my end, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's good for viewers. Feel free to let me know. Okay, so that one, that's my donor. That's the one I would delete. Cool. Yeah, so naming conventions, and not really conventions, but just how you name. In this case, how you name it. And I kind of showed that last week too, as far as like naming it, like camper 1, 2, so on. It does help you as far as like when you're placing things, just to kind of tell. Even though there is some variation in the actual design of each camper, you know, as far as being able to look at the name of it, it kind of clarifies a little bit better too. So, all right. So all these are done. All those are done. So the fact that these are all in a line isn't necessarily a terrible thing at this point. Let's see. I need each one here. I'm gonna clone that. Yep. Alright, and then just pull that one out over here. And just put that in position here. Kind of got those kind of close together, I think. Alright, let's make sure we get the right one selected. There we go. Takes a few clicks because I'm putting it almost right on top of the other one, so I'm just looking at the name to make sure that it's selecting the right one I want to remove and or delete. So this one we want to clone this again. And pull that out. Oh, can you post some? Yeah, here, let me do that here real quick, James. Yes, let me do that. I need to fix that too. I didn't do that yet. To make, I can give permissions, I guess, to particular viewers, so you don't have to worry about me permitting it. But let's see, permit. Second here. There we go. That should work. I need to put a note for that too, to make sure that you shouldn't have to ask permission. Okie dokie. What are we looking at here anyway, James? If that works. What do we got here? Just out of curiosity. Oh, you're putting it on your Twitter. Oh, nice. Oh, damn. Oh, that's beautiful. Hey, hear me see. Yeah, that's pretty cool. So you're kind of doing the terrain around it too. Holy smokes. Yeah, so this is kind of something that we've tried to show with objects, as far as being able to implement what would be otherwise geometric aspects to it. So not necessarily to use height views, or the height view, the X sections in this case for sandbox, to mimic the terrain. So instead of doing it that way, to actually model that in, especially when you don't necessarily interact with it, because there is no collision mask, or what you call it, collision for geometry and that nature for objects. It's kind of oh yeah, definitely. So yeah, that's that one grandstand that has the Winston Cup Series, North Wilkesboro Winston Cup Series on the back side of it and all that stuff. Yeah, definitely. But I can appreciate, as far as like what we've been trying to show all this time, to implement the geometry, as far as the topography around that area of the object, in the form of the model, and not necessarily try to create that terrain via the X sections. I just see a lot of tracks that are done that way, and it's just like it kind of ruins the track, in a sense. So if you can model that, as opposed to actually splitting the track up, I guess, to get that geometry and the topography of the track in there, works a lot better. So you don't necessarily damage the integrity of the geometry of the track itself. So yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, so we all kind of working on our own little pieces of the puzzle here, I guess, for the overall track. So that's pretty cool. I believe, and Torch can feel free, I guess, to chime in on that too. Torch is working on some of the 3D grandstands, as far as the 3D crowds, if I remember right. So yeah, it's kind of a team effort here, I guess, as far as collaborative team effort to get these things done, I guess, for our track build. Alright, so this is the one I want to delete. Cool. Cute. And the other thing I can actually verify that I've got the right one is it's got the wheels on it. The flat wheels. So between the name of it, the actual visual of it, I know that's changed. Okay, so we need to clone this again. These are all in a row here, right in somewhat in line. Clone that again. Okay, move that over here. This one's a little bit staggered. Okay. We'll get this stuff done, send it to Torch, and then you can work on the 3D people. Right. See, and that's the thing that's kind of cool too, as far as it being collaborative. As one is working on one thing, you can work on another thing while that's being worked on. So it's like there's constant work being done. It's not no time wasted. This was pretty cool. Okay, I need the one that's not donor. There we go. Put a little too good on top of that one. Okay, so I missed this row here, so let's get that donor model. That's the one without the spots. That's this one here. Clone that in. Okay, and we'll start with this one back here. Trying to line it up as best as possible, as close as possible, especially on these outermost ones here. Like I said, it's trying to stay within that footprint. We're not too far in, I guess, from the original footprint of the model. Okay. That being the Pappy model, yeah. Okay, so I can clone this. This kind of does save me a little bit, for now at least, being able to have to go back and forth between where the donor models are, because these are all in a line. I can just clone that and just pull it up. This is just for testing anyway, just to see what we can. Whoops! Oh crap! What the heck happened there? Don't want that though. Okay, there we go. Just trying to get these close, at least anyway. They don't have to be perfect. So I want to delete. Cool. I can clone this one again. I know something else I forgot to put up, and I get in the habit of doing this, but I'm gonna bring this up here. I need to turn this bad boy on, and all it is just the very simple. Lets everybody know as far as what I'm clicking on. Apologize for that. Something I missed to turn on. Okay, so do that. Yeah, there we go. That should be better. And I'm still trying to get used to this this new dashboard that we have on Twitch here, because it does allow for me to control a lot more things than I was to. I can take away and move these things around in the dashboard. It's kind of cool. Some of the stuff that you can't necessarily see, it's kind of off to the side there, but yeah. I'm gonna give that a like, actually. Let me I'm gonna retweet that actually on mine. Let's retweet that. I'm gonna retweet your tweet there, James. Put that on my Twitter too, because that's good stuff. That's good stuff. Alright, let's see. Just want to make sure that it's there. Looks like it. Kind of comes with the territory there. We're going to get as much of the information out there as far as what's going on with this build. I think it's coming along. Now we've got past that hurdle with the flaggers not working. Yeah, for sure. Okay, so get back to my dashboard. There we go. It's kind of trippy in a way too, because the dashboard, if I look at the streaming software, when I look at that, it's almost like right in sync with it. It's super crazy. I mean, it's like right on cue as far as what I'm doing. Between here, I can look at that, and like right in the dashboard, it's like doing the same thing. That's crazy. Hardly any delay. Maybe a second, split second. It's kind of cool. Alright, so as we were doing here, so we need to clone this one again to replace that. Okay, and move this up like so. Making sure we get... Come on. You dirty rat. Might have to move it off just a little bit so I can get the one I want to delete. Which is that one. Cool. Don't have to be exactly dead on there, but we'll probably end up adjusting this. In fact, I can guarantee we're going to end up adjusting this model once we do get it to where it's loading into the track and not crashing it. And yeah, just to kind of randomize this stuff a little bit better, because there's too many campers. And we did it really quick. That was all based on what was done last week. We did it really quick just to kind of do a quick test. So it's not really, you know, done on purpose or anything like that. Okay, we got all that done. Trying to look and see which ones we got. We got some of these in the interior here we need to get. Got this one here. We'll start. We'll go in this row. So we got all these to replace, and then we'll go to this row. Okay. So we need a new donor. You know, we can get it from here or over here. It doesn't really matter, as long as we get the one, the right one. Put that in here, and these on the outskirts here like this. I want to be very particular, I guess, with it, because I don't want to. And I'll check it with the original Pappy model, I guess, once I get these all in place. But yeah, come on now. Dirty thing, yeah. There we go. Ah, crap! And I still deleted the wrong one. Come on. Give me the one I want. Dirty rotten thing, yeah. Let's just inset it just a little bit. There we go. Just have to offset it just a little bit so I can select the one I needed. Okay, this one? Yeah. Clone that. That in position here. And these are all pretty much straight. They're not cockeyed or anything like that, so. Actually, this one might be a little bit. Whoops, wrong one. Make sure I'm on the donor. Oh, come on now. There we go. Play nice now. Man, I'm getting that so dead on, I guess, and not able to select the one I want to delete. There we go. Getting it almost too perfect. Okay, that one's done. Cool. Now I need this one here, which is this one again. Okay, so I can grab it. Let's just grab it from here. Clone that. Put that over here. Yeah, this one here is already done. That was from last week. We did at least get that one done, you know, just to kind of come to that determination that those 3D wheels did need to come out. That was a given. That was at least the one determination we could make, that it was needed to do that. So that's what we're doing. That's what we've done, and now we're moving on from that. Okay, so clone this. And I'm still choosing to use the long way around as far as going through the menus instead of doing the Control V. But you can feel free, I guess, to use the Control V if you wish. I'm just, like I said, in complete hold your hand mode. When I do the streams here, I try to show, you know, pretty much, you know, if you're looking for these types of things in the menu, as opposed to trying to remember all shortcuts. There's a lot of shortcuts, and there's especially ones that you can create for yourself. Like we have done one for, say, for example, the Swift Loop. Being able to create your own shortcuts, I guess, for functions like that. And I find myself using that Swift Loop quite a bit now, because I have that shortcut in there particularly. And we've got videos out there on the Spline Design Studios YouTube channel that explain a lot of that stuff. So we don't have any need to use it right now, but it's definitely at your disposal. Ah, darn it. I'm getting in the habit of doing it. I don't like that. Son of a gun, anyway. And I think my finger just keeps slipping off the middle button. The middle mouse button is first to move that around. That's all it is. Just slip of the finger. That sounded kind of dirty. Now that I think of it. Alright, that's good enough there. Cool. So that row is done. Now we'll start with here. Let's see what we got here. So we need clone that. That over here. Kind of really curious to get the new model made up. Now we did that preliminary test there that I did prior to show that it does load in 3D SimEd as well as Sandbox. So at least at that level, we know we're good. But see, I'm working on that area still, and I just noticed the old Cadillac or Pontiac that sits just inside the entry. The entry gate is included in the oh, really? You mean an actual Pontiac or Cadillac? You mean an actual car? Guess I never noticed that. Never paid attention to that before. The bot is reminding everybody that you aren't earning yourself valuable fluids as you're either lurking in the chat or even being interactive in the chat. You can check your fluids by !fluids in the chat, and you can also use your fluids in the chat, I guess, to gain more fluids potentially. !risk in the chat. !slots is another one. And !shot if you want to administer. The shot is about the only one that is on a cooldown. You will not be able to administer yourself shots consecutively, one after another. You will have to wait a few minutes, so use those sparingly. But feel free to use any one of those if you so choose. Kind of keep your levels of fluids at a reasonable level during the stream. Okay. Oops. What the heck? Oh, I got that one. Yep, that's the one I wanted to delete. Cool. Like I said, I'll be checking with the original Pappy model just once I get these all in here, just making sure. Yeah, so yeah, I think the only reason why it was looked like a lot of these were floating is because of not having any wheels. So yeah, I think we'll be good to go. As I said, all the donor models are set with that bottom edge set to 0, so that should be good. I'm just double checking it as I go here. So we need this one. Clone that. Go over here. Gosh darn it. Keeps slipping that mouse button. Yeah, this one is a little cockeyed here. I'll tilt this a little bit. Create some variation in the overall model. Is that right? That is right. Cool. Alright, that one's done. So now we need this one right in front of it, so we'll just get that. James got himself. Oh, Erie. You know, as far as that that vehicle there in the LiDAR, yeah. Talk about time capsule. As far as being, I'll have to look at them pictures again. I guess, and actually, I know there's that drone video of the facility. They've been posting a lot of pictures about the iRacing scan too. I've been keeping an eye on that as well. They cleaned it out pretty well. They pulled out a lot of weeds and a big old chunk of weeds and no idea. I have no idea. Like I said, I wasn't even aware that there was a car still parked there. That is kind of eerie, though, as you said. That it's in the actual LiDAR. That's definitely. Okay. Yeah, we're just knocking these out here. So this one I can clone this one. This one's closer. Okay. go. Some of these are just kind of knocking them right out. Like I said, for the most part, it shouldn't take too long. I've done all the grunt work already, so now it's just a matter of really just determining whether or not this new model is going to be sufficient as to not crash the sim once we go to race weekend mode. I mean, there are still some things we can do with it. It wouldn't be a total loss yet, even if it still crashes it. We can do such things as just remove some of the camper items. Just remove some of them, you know, like 1 or 2 at a time, and test it to see what that we can get to a level that it's going to be acceptable for the game, for the sim not to crash. I think we've come a long way as far as what we started off with, as far as the 3D wheels down to this, and to have it be generic, you know, universal, I guess is probably a better word, between the shared folder and directly installing it to the track folder itself. So either way you do it, as far as how you call this object up through the shared folder or the directly in the track itself, it's going to be optimized as far as and still look good too. It's definitely, if we can get this working like I'm hoping, it's going to definitely look better than that original model. As far as with all that filler, it just looked terrible. Terrible. We can do better than that. So that's what we're trying to do, is to be better than that. So I think I got all the ones on the interior here. Now it's just the ones on the outer edge. So I got these here and these over here. Okay. So let's grab another donor. This one's the same one here. I'll grab this one. So we'll clone that. Okay. Back to the show tunes. Swing your partner, do-si-do. Roaring 20s. Yeah. You know, and the fact that we kind of mentioned this last stream too. Yeah, we are coming into 2020, which is Roaring 20s. We're kind of the new age 20s. New age 20s, Roaring 20s anyway. So that's kind of exciting. Looking forward, I guess, to that. Exactly. So you're obviously able to hear the background music pretty good, so that's good to know. I mean, sometimes it's hard to judge whether or not it's loud enough or too loud. I mean, for me, it's fine. But not having a mixer, you know, as far as to be able to control the... I did try one of these things. That was another streamer that I do follow. He did suggest to me at one point. I did try it. It's a little bit of a learning curve, but it's a virtual mixer, you know, so it's not like one that you would actually plug the physical lines into it and stuff like that, but it's all virtual. And I did try that out, but it wasn't really doing what I wanted it to do. So Torch playing some shots and slots. There goes the risk. So you got nothing on the slots. You got some units from the shot, and you got a little bit. Oh, you failed. So you're kind of in a hole, Torch. You gained 53 on the shot, but then you lost 85. Womp womp. And that happens. That's the chance you take, I guess, when you risk your fluids. Don't drain yourself out with the fluids. We don't want to lose you. Don't want to have to resuscitate. You know? Just keep that in mind. So I'm going to clone this one here. Pull that one out. And we'll rotate it. Oops. Yeah, these here I'm being very particular with, because that is the outer boundary of the original Pappy model, and I want to make sure that it's not going to be outside of the original footprint of that Pappy model. So I'm going to spend a little bit more time putting this in position to ensure that they will not be past the original footprint of the Pappy model. Okay. So, yep, that's the one I wanted to delete. Cool. Alright, this one is right here. We can clone this one. Yeah, I got too many of these that are close to, yeah, the same type of, that are close together. So I'll definitely be redoing this model, I guess, once we get it to the point that it's going to be acceptable for the sim not to crash. Just to kind of add some more randomization and randomness and variation into the model. Now we go from swang to have a funky upbeat there. We play all the hits here. We got something for everybody, folks. Gotta appreciate Techno-Axe's royalty-free musics on the YouTube. Feel free to look him up, I guess, on the YouTubes there. Techno-Axe, spelled Teknoaxe on YouTube. Highly recommend it. If you're looking for some royalty-free music to put in your videos and or your stream. I have not yet once had a video, or as far as a VOD or a live stream, muted because of using any of the music that he's got on his channel. Whoop whoop whoop. Alright. Okay, so this one. So see, what I am trying to figure out too is why this is so dark in comparison to this front on this one. This is basically the same model, but this one's so freaking dark. I don't know why that is though. I don't know if that's just because of the direction it's faced. Let's check this out here. So if I clone this one, I just happen to notice that. Hope that's not a problem with the model itself. That'd really stink. Nope, must be just the lighting. You see how it changes as I turned it. Interesting. Oh yeah, it's just the way I got the lighting in the viewport. Okay. Very good, very good. Kind of freaked me out a little bit though, because I wasn't sure what's going on there. Yeah, you can definitely see the difference here. With the model turned this way, how less dark it is as it is compared to here. This one too. Yeah, so that one's dark. This one's not though. Yeah, it's interesting how that's working. I'm not sure why that is, but interesting. Yeah, see, I notice this part is not dark, but now this one is. So yeah, it's obviously just the lighting that I've got in the scene here. Interesting. Very, very interesting. That's not really a big issue. That's not going to translate into the model itself as far as when we export it. Okay. Alright, so we already got that corner. We did that one early on. Yeah, right now I've got it on shaded right now. So if I wanted to, I could. Be realistic? No. Viewport background. Let me see here. I usually don't mess with this stuff, to be honest. Yeah, see, I got shadows on, so I can turn those off. Really didn't do nothing though. Here, let's set this back to shaded. Most of the time, I usually don't mess with this. Lighting and shadows. Yeah, I got shadows turned off. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not gonna worry about it too much. But yeah, there's some options in there you can probably play with. Usually what I will do too is just when I really want to see what's going on with it, I'll set up my render. See, that gives me a better representation of it. Somewhat better representation of it in comparison to the viewport. Yeah, so it does kind of show that darkness here, but it's not as bad. I always like to go by the render. So yeah, we're doing all right. Let's see, we can clone this one here. I'm gonna replace this one here. Shaded is less resource intensive. See, I kind of figured that would be more intensive, I would think, because that's like an extra aspect you would have to load. It would have to load. But I could be wrong. Consistent colors and decent for showing. Yeah, that's not a big deal. I know there's a lot of options that you can change in the render setup as far as shading and all that. See, I'm gonna set this to 800 actually. You can change a lot of that type of stuff in the actual renderer. Not only here, let's render this really quick. That should be 800 now. Cool. But actually in the render setup. No, what was that? Wait, what am I looking for? Yeah, in the environment here. That's what I was looking for. So like in the ambient here. So if I want to increase the ambient on this, you can actually see it changing in the viewport as well. So this is mostly what I'll mess with here, between the background color and the ambient, and even the global tinting. So I got that a lot brighter here now. So if I render it, it's a little bit brighter. Yeah, that's almost like whitewash there, so that's too bright, in my opinion. But that's not what I wanted. I wanted an environment. So yeah, this is mostly what I'll mess with as far as rendering, just for doing that simple stuff. I don't do a lot of static render scenes, you know, to show off. I'll do that like right from Sandbox and or the other graphical programs as it is. I don't use this particularly a lot of times, I guess, to showcase the render. Yeah, it's a little bit better. Kind of like how that looks. Cool. Alright. So we need to clone this. Did I already clone it? I might not have. Nope. Okay. So I need to clone that. Pull that out here. Spin it. Need to spin her a little bit. We're just about done. We just got these few here to replace, and I think we're done. All those will be replaced. We'll be able to collapse her down. Well, let me make sure we save the scene for sure. Definitely want to make sure we save the scene. But I do want to check the check our new model with the original footprint of the Pappy model to make sure we are where we need to be. Should be alright, but I want to make sure. Yeah, these ones on the outskirts, I'm definitely making sure that they're set more precisely, so that because the way I did that originally, I stayed within that footprint here, and I can kind of bring this back out here really quick just to kind of show. So yeah, here's the original footprint. You can see the edges out here. I've got this model, it's kind of clipping out here a little bit, so I can probably adjust this a little bit so it's not clipping out quite as bad. See, just like that. You can see where it's inside the boundaries of the original model. So I don't have anything else sticking out from the original model. It's good. Yep. So far so good. This one looks like it is, but it's really not. It's just it's a little bit bigger than, let me see. Might be able to adjust this one right away too, now I think of it. So if I adjust this one. Yep. So we get that. We're gonna replace this one anyway, because we gotta get the one with the wheels in it, but yeah. See what I mean as far as staying within that original footprint. Okay, so we'll hide that again. And we need another one of these. Let's grab it from here. we're almost done, folks, as far as getting all of these replaced. Need to spin it. Where are we at right here? And I'm not doing angle snap or anything like that. I'm just kind of doing a loose rotation, because I don't want them perfectly, you know, lined up. Because as we've kind of showed last week, I don't know of any campers when they go to the racetrack there that they actually park their camper straight. You look at a lot of the layouts for these campers, they look fairly, it's like organized chaos down there, I guess. But they hardly ever park them like dress right dress, as far as right in a line, ever. So that one's done. Okay, that one's through there. This one, we can clone this one here. Man, we're kind of like all over the music spectrum here with this these playlists here. Kind of digging it. Kind of digging it. Won't lie. Yeah, I keep slipping my finger on that between the middle mouse button and the left click, because the way the mouse is here, just kind of it slips in between of them there. Yeah, that's kind of why I'm kind of slips there, and I end up selecting something else that I don't want to and don't need to. That's just my fingers just being clumsy, so don't mind that. Alright. That's the one I want to delete. Cool. 2 more models here. Collapse her down. We'll save it. Collapse the model. Yeah, these turn out pretty good. Other than the fact that these are all kind of like in a row, as far as the same style. Yeah, then we'll have to randomize that later on. We'll probably get into doing that too. So, okay, let's clone another one of these. Kind of grab them from up here or down here, doesn't matter. As we get, these are all pretty well randomized down here. It's just in the interior here, because I did it so quickly last week. I just wanted to get some models in place to actually be able to test it in the sim, and we did obviously come to that conclusion that it wasn't going to work. It needed some more refinements, which we've done, and yeah. We're making good progress here as far as the time frame. We've already been able to test one model in the sandbox, at least anyway. I do have it in the works to be able to get it in the sim, and we're gonna actually test it in the sim. Put it in race weekend mode, and we'll test it from that way too. That is on the agenda. Stick around for that. That's gonna be pretty exciting, especially if it works like I'm hoping. I'm gonna cross the fingers. I guess we can get the cross the fingers ready. Yeah, just kind of reiterating chat there. Yeah, I was talking about the shading options. Yeah, it does kind of mess with your head sometimes. Sometimes. Oh, I wanted to clone this one. I forgot what I was doing. Hate when it happens. Brain fart. Yeah, seemed to be a lot of that going on, I guess, when I was working on these donor models and having to go back and forth between, you know, coming to the conclusion that the texture needed to be adjusted, and especially finding out that I had to redo the texture for every one of these models, these donor models, because I had to adjust that one camper. Every stinking one of them had to be adjusted. That was a pain in the butt. But now we're to the point, at least, that we can progress. That's what took me a better part of three and a half hours or so, just to get that all redone. That was not fun. Not fun. And I figured that's probably for the better. But to at least let viewers know, I guess, as far as what has needed to happen, I guess, to get to the point we are right now. And that's really, you know, not to take away too much as far as, you know, from the modeling of it. It's just a matter of trying to kill two birds with one stone. I want to be able to apply the same texture to a shared object in comparison to one that would be directly installed to the track. So it's universal in that way. So not having two separate textures to work on relatively two different types of models. So these models, these camper models with the flat style wheels and the ones with the 3D style wheels will work with the same texture. You know, so that's kind of just my way of optimizing and not needing a separate set of textures to work with basically the same models. I took special care, I guess, to make sure. Okay, so now what I want to do, now we have these all replaced, I'm going to bring original Pappy model back in, and we're just going to double check again that we're still within that footprint. Yeah, I'm going to adjust this one here a little bit. That's what I thought. Oh, I didn't take out the, oopsie. This is the one I want to delete, I think. Yep, that's the one I want to delete anyway, so there we go. That would have been not cool. Alright, so I want to adjust this one. So, yeah, this model doesn't fit what I'm trying to cover in the original model, but that's not entirely terrible. We're going to make it fit. Kind of like that. Trying to keep it as close to the original footprint as possible. I think that should do it right there. That looks good. Yeah, so all these campers here, they're not protruding past the original footprint, so that's good. And if they're a little bit shorter, that's fine too. That's not really that much of an issue. This one, hold on. What's going on here? I don't like how this one is. I'm going to turn this one. Kind of match this one on the original model. Thought I had that all set already, but I guess I didn't. So we're going to fix this as before we collapse her down. There we go. That'll work. Okay, so kind of using some of the same orientation of some of the campers that were in this original model. Yeah, see, this one's kind of protruding a little bit, so I'll move that in. So, yep, move this in. Like so. And this one's already inset in, so that's good. That's inside the original footprint. Good, good. This one might be out a little bit. So this one's out a little bit. Not too bad, but I'm going to adjust this a little bit. Actually, I could probably, let's do this. Yeah, so the fact that it's past it this way shouldn't be a problem. Just this way should probably be, that should be alright, I think. Let's see, where's this at? Okay. Let's move this one this way. Whoops, moving the up on that. Darn it. Don't want to move the up on that. Want to keep it at 0. Yeah, it's just going to do some fine tuning to the placement of these and all. I don't want them running into each other, that's for sure, but at the same time I don't want them too much past the original footprint. That shouldn't be too bad. Kind of wonder if I want to move this up. That shouldn't be too much of an issue, but I'm thinking in terms if there was another camper, I guess, to fill this spot, like an individual one. I don't want that to be protruding. I'll just move this up like that. Yeah, so if there was a track that had a individual camper, I guess right in this area, I don't want this clipping into it. If it was sticking out too far from that original footprint. Okay, so this one should be good. Yeah, this one's... We'll bring this one out just a little bit. Torch displaying some slots. Oh, you forgot the exclamation point. Yeah, there you go. You got it. Okay, so that's good. Alright. Oh, failed again. So nothing on the shot. You're kind of putting yourself in a bigger hole there, Torch. Right. Damn. Okay, Racer James, he got himself 99 and failed. And also took some out. Oh wait, no. You got the shot. No, that was Torch, my bad. You risked 99 units. Ouch. Ouch. Bot's being kind of mean today. Yeah. Alright, so I think we're good with our, in comparison to our original Pappy model. So what I'm going to do, before I do anything, I'm going to save this scene. Let's save her. We got something to refer back to. And then what I'm going to do is delete out the stuff we don't need, which is going to include that and all our donor models. Okay, take all those out. And then I'm going to select all this and collapse her down. And we'll find out how many polys we got in this now. We had 2,813 prior to doing the replace, so we'll see where we're at now. So we'll do the hammer, collapse selected. And let's check and see how many polys we have here. So we have, the winner is... Oops, did I do the F2 again? Yep, I did. How the heck did that work? 5,610. What? That doesn't sound right. We had 2,813. How the hell did that happen? Ouch. How the hell did that happen? Wait a minute, do I got a duplicate in here? Hold on. What? How did that get so big? How in the heck did that get so big? Hold on. Let me back that up. That doesn't sound right. How in the heck did that get so big? That doesn't sound right. Ouch. Alright, hold on. Hold on. What do we got going on here? So these are all individual now. Oh, nope, I guess I didn't. Come on. Come on, undo. There we go. Alright, so... What was I going to look at? Let's go into polygons here. I just wanted to see, did I double this? I did something. We had 2,813 when we originally started the model, but that was without. That was the models that didn't have any polys for the tires. So yeah, I shouldn't have added that much. That's crazy. That's almost doubling what we had. That doesn't sound right. Oh, the cross fingers. That one's yeah, that one's kind of case sensitive. That one's capital. It's all one word, like you got it there, no exclamation point. Capital rock X fingers. So you've got just got to capitalize the R and get rid of the exclamation point. Yeah. If you've got BTTV, it actually makes it a little bit easier. But if you don't, then yeah, you have to know the. Yeah, I don't think this is gonna work if I'm doing this right. I don't know why it added so many polys though. Because before I did this, I had 2813, and now it's showing 5600 and something. I'm trying to figure out what I did. All right, let me see here. Let me just double check here, see what I did. Just highlight all that, and we want to collapse this down. Yeah, because I did it the same way. I collapsed it all down from here. Okay, so now we're all one object. I can't believe it would add that many more polys with. That seems weird. I didn't add any more campers. In fact, I took a couple of them out because they were overlapping. So anyway, let's check our polys. Yep, 5610. Son of a bitch. Excuse my French, but that's crazy. Now, I didn't add that many polys to each model independently. It shouldn't, no, that shouldn't be. That's almost like, that's doubling what I had. I had 2813, now it's showing 5610. What the heck? That is weird. Holy moly, man. Huh. Alright, let me try something here. Let me back this up again. I already got the scene saved. Let's get it back to this. Let me try something here real quick. I don't understand how it more than doubled, or basically doubled what I had when I started beginning of the stream. 2813, and that was with the holes still in where the wheels would have went. Yeah. Alright, so what I want to do, just out of curiosity here, I'm going to take out some of these in the middle. So I'll take these out. I've already got that saved. I just want to kind of test something here. Here, let's do it this way. That way I can do it in a group. I'll select them like this. And delete those out. Okay, now let's collapse that. That leaves a big hole there, but I just want to see something here. So if I collapse this now, okay, and then we'll check the polys on that. Now we're at 4405. Good grief. Wow, I don't understand how that works. All my previous tests pointed to the direction that we should have been well under 3. Why is it so freaking much? That's nuts. This freaking song, I'm telling you, it gets me every time. Yeah, you got the rugged. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Torch. It's almost like it's cloned, like I got 2 copies of the same one in there. But that's what I checked to make sure I don't, made sure I deleted. Let me bring that back, there we go. Yeah, I've only got 1 in here. Huh. Wait a minute, maybe I do. Hold on. Wait a minute. Maybe I do. Hold on. No, this one wouldn't have been a donor because I already had that done. Yeah, that's right. It's like, this one's not named donor, but this one was already done last week, so yeah. That's not gonna be donor. Okay. Thought maybe I might have had two. That is weird. Huh. Well, let me try this then. I'm gonna look at this model. Select all these polys. That is 96 polys by itself. Okay. Let's check another model. So if we check this one, we're kind of getting an idea of how many polys we got in each one of these here. That one's 90. Okay. So 96 and 90. So what's this one at? This one's got 88. So we're kind of like on average probably about 90. Just by checking those three. Let's check this one here. Just keep going on the line here. Let's check these all out and see what we got here. Come on. That one's got 87. Yeah, so we're sticking right around 90 average polys. Yeah. 90 polys per camper. Let's check this one. That one's got 79. I think that's got the fewest. Holy mackerel. Okay. Whoops. Missed one here. Okay, 88. So yeah, we're pretty consistent. About 90 polys per camper. Alright, so how many campers do we have? We're gonna times this out. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 6, 7, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39. That's 42 campers times 90. Yeah, I can already... That's 3,780 polys. Of course, I'm doing it average, so... Huh. Even by that average, it's still higher than 3,000. That's kind of crazy to me. Now, the other thing I think of, and it could be part of the problem, now that I think of this, the number of polys per camper, this might be somewhat the issue. So like what happened was, let me select this one. So if I go to polys, yeah, see it's got all these individual polys in here. I might be able to crush these down. It's going to require, I guess, to me to re-UV map it for sure. But now that I got the new texture, it shouldn't be too bad. But I'm pretty sure the way that is, if I was to collapse that down, that's not going to work. I can already guarantee it. Because we already tested it with when it was 3,017 polys. When we did that last week, and that definitely crashed the sim. So with it like this, having that many polys in it, it's definitely going to crash. I can guarantee that. But I think what I can do, and this is just the way I produced all these polys for in this area, I could probably reduce this down somewhat. That might be what I'll have to do to the donor models. So I think that's probably what we're going to have to do, unfortunately. I'm not even going to try and test that because I know that's not going to work. Yeah. That's crazy though. You know, when I think of this, on each camper, for example, if I've got all these added polys like this that weren't there originally, it's still kind of adding to having the 3D tires. Yeah. So I gotta figure out a way, I guess, to make it so that it's not all these little pieces in here. I gotta condense that down a little bit. That's basically what it boils down to. I didn't think that was gonna be that much of an issue, to be honest, but apparently it is. So when you times that out per camper, yeah. Yep. So there's got to be a way for me to reduce that somewhat. Okay. No, I don't think it has a duplicate under it, James. I think it's more just the way because when I tested it, right, at the beginning of the stream, when I tested the model without the new ones that I replaced here, I had 2,813 polys, which should have been more than sufficient, right? But now that I've got these models in here with all these additional polys in here, when you multiply that out, times 42, I got 42 campers in here. So on average, I think I probably got, how many polys did I add from my original test? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 5 or 6 times 4. So that's 30 polys times 42. Let's just say roughly. So 30 polys per camper times 42. So that's 1,260 polys added. And that kind of speaks to me. So like add that to the original 2013 that I tested. Let's see this here. So if I add this, that's 4,000, and it's already over. So yeah, I'm going to have to figure out a way, I guess, to... Oh, my playlist stopped. Why you do this to me? There we go. Don't do that. Okay. So, yeah. That's a bummer. Let's see here. Yeah, so I'm just thinking out loud at this point as far as what I could do to do a quick test. And what I might do, just for giggles, I want to ensure, I guess, that that model that I created, I still have that in there actually in the shared. I'm trying to think of how I did this now. Okay, I gotta remember how I did this last week. So I've got this in the shared. I want to at least test this one I originally did. This one's got 2,813 polys in it. I want to test that one to see if that actually works. And if that works, then we'll have a baseline as to what we need to shoot for. I think that's probably what I'll do. Good little mini tutorial on reducing polys. One of the donor campers with 90 poly. Yeah, I can do that, James. Oh, so yeah, I can do that. I probably want to do that. I know that's what I'm going to have to do. That's what it's coming down to. And I didn't really think, like I said, I didn't think that was going to be too much of an issue. But apparently, it kind of coincides with what we've always said. That this kind of rings loud and clear, I guess. Like, if you were to run these models, and granted I'm using the pass export and running that through a script and whatever. So, this even... The point I'm trying to get as far as like when you run the model through 3D SimEd as opposed to make a 3DO utility, you're going to run into an even bigger problem. So this is kind of almost that same kind of an issue as far as having too many polys in the one model. When you multiply it, in multiplicity, as far as like having too much additional polys in your model that you can necessarily reduce by using 3D SimEd and or doing it the way I've done it, that can still create a problem. So this is really no different, I guess, in comparison as far as to make sure that you got from just one model, making sure that it's reduced enough so that when you multiply it out, as far as to add so many to it, to an overall model, that it's not going to create that issue. So again, I think what I will do, since I did promise I wanted to at least test a model in the sim, I'm going to go with that original model that I did. I'm just making sure I do have it here. Camper clock. So this is the one I created. And this one does not have all the... I've got this in the track called for by the shared folder. So this one doesn't have all the additional polys for the area to accommodate the wheels. I've got some in here that do. like this one we originally did from last stream. But this model has 2813 polys. That's what I want to test. That'll at least give me something to shoot for. If this one works, then I know that's a number poly-wise that we can shoot for. So I'll probably do that at least. Let's do that at least. We'll get out of this. But I need to use this model, and do I want to replace? Yeah, I guess I can do that because I still have the original textures. Yeah, I can do that. That's fine. So I'm going to copy this to the game shared tracks directory. Let's open that up, and we're going to test this out. I haven't done anything to the track. There's nothing else that's been done to the track as of this point. To Wilkesboro anyway, it's just this camper model. What I need to do is put this new model that I created earlier into here, and this is all going to be new. Yep. Which is what I want. I want to test this in the sim. That's what I want to do. So this, I'm going to go ahead and reset this. This potentially, I have that scene already saved, so I'm going to go ahead and reset this. Let's do that. We'll get that ready to reopen. Actually, I can do that right now. Just to verify and make sure that I still have that. Whoops, I gotta go to D. General. Got so many projects I'm working on, it's not even funny. Okay, so our camper cog here. So that's our original starting point there. We got our donor models. We should still have the original Pappy model. There we go. So that's good to go. So yeah, let's test this one out. At least I'm going to bring up the profiler here. Set this up. 400 2003. We'll give that a second to load. And we'll at least test it that way. So as I said, this model is still being called up from the shared folder, the tracks shared folder. I want to at least get that working. Get it to the point where it is working, and then you would have the potential of being able to put that directly into the track or call it from the shared folder. So yeah, I need to set this up for Enter 2003. I was doing some trucking earlier in American Truck Simulator. Having a little bit of fun with that. There we go. And I think what I'm going to do, as long as I got that set up here, I'm not going to launch it from there. I'm going to see if my trusty, dusty camera control master is working. Hopefully it doesn't fail me. Don't fail me now. Cross the fingers again, huh? Yeah, let's cross the fingers again. And it works this way. I'm going to minimize this. I'm going to keep it open, but yeah, so we've got our new camper cog and our textures applied to our games tracks directory, so we can test that. And this is the one I made earlier, like I said, it's with the 2813 polys. If this one crashes, then I know we still got to go less than that, so it'll give us a baseline at least anyway. Okay, so here we go. We're going to launch this. I think it's working so far. It's kind of a bouncy tune as well. And we're going to use try it out with the Winston Cup 98 mod by Splash and Go. Kind of fits this track really nicely. So we're going to go into single race. Alright, and let's just check some options here. We got 42 cars, 98 Daytona, that's fine. So we got some cars on the track. Alright, so we're just in practice right now, so that object isn't loading, right? This is set to only populate when you're in race mode, right? So we're just going to kind of go through each one of these. So you can see it's still not loaded. It'll show up right up in here. In happy hour, still not there. Now if you go to race, there it is, and the game is crashing. You see it swirling? So we already know we got to be less than 2813 polys. Okay, so that was at least a good baseline, even though it does crash. Now we know we need to be less than that as far as 2813 polys. That's at least a good indicator. This is what I needed to see if it was going to do this or not. So yeah, it doesn't even let me drive, so I'm going to have to do a Control-Alt-Delete, unfortunately, to get out of that. So at least we know that now. We have to be less than 2813 polys. Okay. Holy smokes, why do I got so many processes going here? Good grief. Ay, caramba. I'm using a lot of my memory up. I do have a lot of tabs open too on that. Okay. I don't worry about that right now. I am using a lot of my memory though. That's kind of crazy. So yeah, unfortunately, as it does present itself, the game does crash at 2813 polys. So we've got to get less than that. So I don't know what the magic number is going to be. That we still need to figure out yet, I guess.
YouTube TV has your favorite shows.
I do know, obviously, we need to be less than 2813.
Try it free.
Okay, that was a quick ad. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and do this because I got too much going on here. Go ahead and close some things down. Just to kind of free up some memory here. Alright, that should be good. Just freeing some stuff up here. Okay, that should be better. It wasn't really lagging or anything like that, but I just didn't like it as far as I was using quite a bit of the RAM up and whatever, and I don't like that. So that's not the good thing. So as I'm doing this, I'm just thinking out loud as far as what type of things we would have to do to our model to get it below 2813. I don't know if we only need to get it like just slightly more down, like maybe 2800. It might be just that specific. So what I'm kind of thinking is maybe just chunking out. See, now that won't even work on this model though. I mean, I took a whole row out of that, and that guy only got it down to like 4,000, like 4,200 polys. Yowza. Okay. I mean, really, all I can do is that's just kind of mind-boggling to me. I'm trying to get past the fact that how many polys that it adds. We got 42. I think we said we got 42 campers times the 90. We already figured that out as far as like how many additional polys that's adding, and that does calculate. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 7, yeah, we got 42. That's not, don't include these are just donors. So 42 in our overall object, and we're on an average of 90. So yeah, do that math. That's 37. What did I say? 3,700 or something. I gotta do that again. So 42 times 90. 3,780 polys. So we're already over this way. The 2,813 is definitely still too much. So we need to be under 2,830. So from this model, we need to remove, let's subtract 2,813. A minimum. Man, 967 polys we have to come out just to get to that. So we gotta remove over 1,000 polys, and that's basically the same as all the polys that I've got for. So really, what's going to have to come down to is I'm going to have to. So that's probably what I'm having to do. I got to reduce the number of polys created, I guess, for that area for the tire. That's the only thing you can do. I got to get it down to like less than what I've got there anyway. So the fact that I've got on average probably about 5 or 6 polys per. So there's basically on average probably about 30 polys each camper on average. So I got to get it down less than that. So why is it doing that? I don't know why it's doing that. Why did it do that? Hold on. Why did it do that? That doesn't make sense. I don't know why it did that. I don't even have that in a transition. Sorry about that, folks. So, anyway, what I was trying to do is get my faces back up here. Let's see here. So F2. There we go. I don't know what I pushed, but we'll fix that. So, yeah. I need to get this reduced down, bottom line. So as much as that stinks, that's going to add a lot more because I'm going to have to do each model over again to get it down to reduce the number of polys for that wheel area. And I'll probably just focus on the donors. So I'll probably start with this one. So let's hide these here. That's a boomer. But it kind of goes to show you as far as like still needing it. Now, if this was going in any other simulation, probably like anything other than Enter 2003, like a more modern one, it probably wouldn't even be an issue. But the fact that we're still dealing with Enter 2003 in this fashion, that's creating that necessity. Alright, so. But I'll be sure to do that, James, as far as to send you these donor models that you can actually but basically what it's going to come down, and I'm going to go ahead and just do that because you can't really move forward with it without doing that. So I'm just going to start the process. So what I need to do, yeah, I got a scene. Actually, here, what I'll do is I'll go like this. I can probably just send you this scene because it's got pretty much everything I'm working with. So that's not an issue. That's not an issue. I can just send you this scene. I know what I gotta do. That's the thing. I know what I do have to do. And it's I gotta reduce the polys around for that tire, and I just didn't really think it was gonna be that much of an issue. Yeah. So this camper cog with that. Yeah. So as far as just doing the work, that's really all it boils down to. I know what I have to do. It's just it sucks that I had to do it because I'm gonna see if maybe I'm gonna try a couple things here. So if I go like this, it's got all these individual polys in here for that. I need to. I'm gonna try a couple things here just to see. So right now, how many polys are in this? There's some things that I do know can be done, possibly. So you can reduce the number of polys by a couple different things here. So I can go weld all the verts, say for example. So I can select all the verts like this. And right now it has 101 vertices. Yep, that's all selected. So 101 vertices and 90 polys in this one. Okay, so if I go to vertices, let's just try this. It should be all selected. Cool. I'm gonna go into my rollout here, and I'm gonna set this up here to the default here, so it'll show me before and after. So before is 101 and after is 85. And I can change this value, but I'm just going to try this right here. So I'll have 85 vertices. So if I apply this, what I want to pay attention to is how much it actually affects the design of the model. I mean, it's already boxy as it is, but I want to make sure it doesn't warp it out too bad. And I know there's a lot of vertices in here I could probably remove throughout here. I don't really need all those. So I might try that too. So right now it's down to 85. Okay. And how many polys do we have now? So I'm just trying to use some tools that I know are available in here. So I only removed one poly so far by reducing the verts. Okay. So that's not really that much of a change. So let's really get into the verts here. It's the polys more or less I think are the issue possibly, and not so much the vertices, but I'm going to try and remove. I can always revert this if I want. I think this is probably a good way to kind of show what method you can use if you're finding this type of problem. So if I read, yeah, see that's not going to work. I'm just trying some things out here to see. Yeah, that's definitely probably not going to work. I know I don't want to remove those. Let's just see what happens here. So if I go like this, that's going to be the outer rim, and then that's going to do that. Okay. Wow. Okay, so that's not going to work. Control Z. Okay. Just trying to think of how I can do that. One thing I guess I am thinking of is what I could do is for like this one in particular, like I added this poly and create that. It's just all this I think is really the problem. For all these little slivers in here for each of the wheels. But even all these polys in here, I could probably redo these. See how they got all these slivers like this? I could probably redo this so that I can remove that. I think there are some things we can do here. Okay. Let's see. These are all going to have to be remapped for sure. So I got a lot of small polys in through here that I don't know are necessarily needed. Okay. And this is just for the one model that I'm checking so far out, actually, obviously. But I'm just trying to think of what I can do. What I'm kind of thinking of along the lines of, I already got my texture done. What I'm actually thinking of doing, I can keep the outer shell, you know, as far as the front and the back and the top, and I can actually create new polys. So like, how many polys do I have on one side of this one, for example? If I count that and then just kind of break these polys down, and like I said, they'll have to be UV mapped and all that stuff, but that's to be expected. But just to get rid of all these smaller polys like this, I think that'll help tremendously. So if I select all this and find out, alright, so just on this side, that's 35 polys. That's 35 per side, so that's 70 polys. Okay. So I've got that scene saved. I'm going to go ahead and delete all this. So what I'm considering on doing, wait a minute, what do I got? Looks like I got some polys on this side that don't need to be in there. I mean, that's minuscule, but yeah, it must be leftovers from the wheels that I had. Could be. Let's see here. I don't know where that came from. Huh. What are those polys for? See them floating right there? I know this one might be from the tires, but I'm not sure. Nope, that's that one. Okay. Why is that sticking out like that, though? That's weird. Anyway, these are going to be redone anyway, so it won't really matter. So what I'm going to do, what I'm considering doing, like I said, I'll have that outer shell of it as far as the front, back, and the top, and I'll be able to create a new poly based on, say, like an edge, like say maybe the top, and then just bring that down to the midsection, and then just do another poly. That way there'll only be 2 polys, right? Because we don't really need that much, you know, that many polys as we had there. If that makes sense. So, for example, okay, we take this model and go to edges. And for some reason my edges are not showing. Cool. There's my edges. Okay. I just wanted to make... Oh, standalone too. Yeah, I got you, James. I got you. But I think I'm kind of doing the two... I guess as we speak here. Usually is method I go with requires mapping. Might as well delete it. Yes, and that's primarily what I'm thinking. Just delete all the unnecessary polys. And you know, when I consider the original model that I created, this was back in 16 that I did these models. So as far as my level of knowledge, wasn't as good as it is now. As far as like doing cuts and whatever like that, I guess, to get the certain shapes and all that good stuff. So we know a lot more than we did then. So yeah, I'm going to take this edge. We're going to use the knowledge that we have now. I'm going to pull this down. It's going to look funky, and that's okay. So now from here, what I can do is take this vert and snap it to this corner, to this point here, and we'll just basically have 2 polys on the one side. That's going to eliminate a lot of polys. We had 35 on the one side, and we don't need all that for these models. So we're going to select that. I'm going to put on vert snap, snap it to here, and then just get the coordinate, get the Z for that. Okay, and then go click this here. I'm going to paste that Z to here. That'll create a midpoint, like so. And then I'll create another poly. Actually, let's see, do I want to do... I might do 2 more polys. 2 more. So I'll do one to go to the here, because I want to keep the front and back. Right? I'm only going to redo the sides. I could probably redo the fronts if I wanted to, but I think that's going to take a lot of polys out, just the sides. We're going from 35 down to 3. So we're eliminating 32 polys. That's pretty significant. Okay, so yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take this edge. That'll work. I'm going to create one going to this one here. Alright. Now I'm going to select that vert, snap it to this point. Like so. But yeah, this will kind of be a tutorial I think you were considering there, James, as far as how to reduce the number of polys. Now, I did already use, like I showed, what's already in 3ds Max. You can necessarily try that to see what kind of result you get. Obviously, that wasn't sufficient enough as far as when I tried it. So it does necessarily require, I guess, to do this, what I'm doing now. Really take a look at your model and determine whether or not you really need all those polys. And because these are such a boxy object, there's not a lot of you know, body lines and stuff like that to it. It's all texture based. We don't need that detailed of a poly model. So okay, so right here all I'm doing, well, like I said, we'll be removing on each side 32 polys. So overall we'll be eliminating 64 polys. That's pretty significant. Now if we do that to each model, remap it and all that stuff like that, that's going to be a huge reduction in polys. Huge reduction. Okay, so we're going to grab this edge. Yeah, you know, the only thing I'm kind of sad about at this point is all the work that I did to accommodate, I guess, what I did with the wheels. That's kind of not time well spent. But, you know, going into it, you know, as far as in my defense, I didn't really think that was going to add that much of an issue. But this is probably a good way to show how do you recover, I guess, from that agony, I suppose. And this is really a simple fix. It's such a simple fix, it's not even funny. So Look at how much we've reduced this down. It's going to be just a matter of selecting that, remap it, slap the sign on it, done. Okay? Done. I mean, that's just... And try to... In this case, what I'm doing is I'm keeping as much of the original model as far as the shape of it as possible, just to kind of eliminate having to recreate the whole thing all over again. Right? So that's not really necessary. So yeah, I've noticed lately it is a good idea to export your donor model to 3ds so it converts them to tries. Re-import the donors, and then you'll know exactly how many polys each. I guess I'm not sure what you mean by there. You talking about my donors like I'm working on here? To 3ds so it converts them to... Oh, okay. I think I see what you mean. So what James is suggesting, if I opened up the 3ds of this model, it would tell me. But as far as I'm concerned, this is still pretty much 3ds. And yeah, I think that's what you meant. Right now you have polys when you export to 3ds. Breaks the polys down. Okay. That could be. That might have been what happened. I don't remember. Like I said, this has been a while since I did these models. But you can obviously see the mess of polys that's in here now. And that's just not necessary for what we're trying to create here. Now, had I thought about that in hindsight, you know, I could have done that. I guess what I was hoping for is that it would just have worked. But it doesn't. It's coming to that conclusion. So how do you recover from that? That's really the takeaway, I guess, from this whole process. You know, you might find yourself necessarily doing a lot of work that you didn't really need to do. But the end result, what it basically comes down to here is, I think James said it best on the one stream not too long ago. It really comes down to, do you spend more time on the model or on the texture? So if you put all the detail in the texture, like what these pretty much are, they're kind of based on a realistic picture, you know, as far as side-on shots and whatever. Or do you spend the time on the model itself? In this case, it ends up being on the texture and not so much on the model. So if anything, that's what the takeaway should be from this. So why is that not? There we go. I want to get all those sides. So that is another 36 polys. And I had one that was hanging up in here too. I don't know where that came from, but we're going to take care of that right now. Right now. Just making sure I got it all. So we delete that out. And so let me see here. Is that part of the side too? I think it is. I think that little sliver there is part of the side. Alright, so let's make sure we get all this out. Gotta clean it off right. Yep, so that's part of the side. Just make sure. I think that's a part of the side. I think that's still part of the side. Okay, why is that doing that? Hold on. The heck is going on with that? Oh wow. I don't know why that's like that. That's weird, because I don't have that on the other side, so yeah, that can definitely go. Something happened there. Yeah, so now we got a clean edge there. That obviously had an issue that I didn't even notice. Just by doing this process. Okay, so we should be cleaned off now. Don't have them floating polys in there anymore. Cool. Yeah, so looks like we'll be able to clean these models up. I obviously had a lot of garbage in it still. Probably a product of trying to eliminate the polys for the 3D wheels. Who knows? Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and do this. Do the same thing I did on the other side. So yeah, we can make this still pretty constructive here. Oh, whoopsie. Select that. Got it on vert snap. Just snap it to here. And then I'm going to take that Z, And just so I can have it at the same level as this one, select this vert and paste that into here. And like I said, we're gonna have to re-UV map it, which is not a big deal. It'll make it a heck of a lot easier, I can tell you that much. Okay, so just bring this down, vertex, we'll snap this one to there, and then we'll copy the Z, bring it over to this one. I'm gonna turn snaps off so I don't snap it to something I don't want to. Save myself that headache. Okay, so now we're at the same level there. Now I'm going to take that edge again, drag that down, and then just snap that too. Now I can do one of two things. I can snap it, or I can just set it to 0, because I know these verts here are set to 0, so I can do it either way. So if I go like this, for example, I can just set this to 0. I know that's at 0 already. And that's another reason why I wanted to keep the front and the back, because I know these verts will still be set to 0. All I gotta do is right click into here and I know it's snapped. It's basically the same as snapping it. So either way I do it, I'm gonna get the same result. So now what we had 90 polys in this thing to start before we did all this. So now if we check it, we're gonna have a significant reduction. Now we're only down to 22 polys. So we went from 90 to 22 just by doing that. Huge reduction. Now it's just a matter of having to retexture it, which, like I said, that's simple. I can just apply another UV unwrap. The texture's already applied to it, and just reset that. So let's do that. We'll do, since we're already here, let's go ahead and do it. We'll do the unwrap. Open this up in here, apply the texture, and then we'll select the polys we want to set. This is going to be so much easier. Look at that. 3 clicks. Done. Alright, so we'll do planner. Make a planner. Planner should work just fine. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay, so it's which one are we on here? We need this one here, I think. Yep. Yeah, so you can see the poly still on the front and the back there. So yeah, I just gotta scale this in. Alright, so that's the roof right there. So I got the roof there. So yeah, you can see how much easier this is now. Holy mackerel, look at how well that fits too. That's so pretty. Cat coming in. How we doing, Cat? So I'm just James, he's like, oh yeah. Right now you have polys when you export to 3ds, it breaks. Yeah, that was already a previous message. Okay, just making sure I didn't miss anything. Look at how well this fits now. That's so beautiful. So happy. All right, so now all we got to do is basically get these new sides, I guess, to match up to our front and back. So yeah. Oh, I see what I did here. I used this back. I used the same back on this one. Okay, I see what I did. I see what I did. So let's do F2. I still got it selected. I just wanted to remove it so I can actually see it. The F2 key. So now it's just a matter of lining that up with the front. So that all looks good. Okay. Oh yeah. Yeah, see that lines up pretty good. I'm happy with that. That looks marvelous. So marvelous. Okay, so let's do the other side. I just wish I would have thought about this earlier. I really didn't think this was going to be an issue, but I think this is a good way of, you know, not totally trashing, you know, scrapping, I guess, the idea that you have here, and just how to overcome it. I think that's always been our philosophy, I guess, behind this there. It's like, instead of just completely scrapping it, how do you salvage it? How do you recover from it? I think this is a pretty good this is a pretty good example, I guess, of that. So now we just go back into UV editor and we'll do a planar map. I could probably do like a flatten map and or a normal. Planar probably is going to work the best in this situation. Let's see, just out of curiosity, if I do a flatten map, still not terrible. If I do a normal map, that might kind of, yeah, that definitely doesn't want to, I don't want that. Not the best one there. Okay, so let's go back to planar map. I think the planar map is the best out of those options. So we'll have to flip this though. We got the angle here. Now what I can do is I can actually grid snap this so it matches the other side. So I'm going to set this in slightly from the other faces, the other polys. And then what I can do is turn on the grid snap and go to vert mode and snap these verts into place. See, sometimes it'll do that, and we've shown that before. Sometimes I don't want to snap. Sometimes you just deselect it and select it again. Well, see, now it wants to do that, so let's zoom out a little bit. That's just a product of how the grid snap works. What it's generally trying to do is snap it to the actual outside grid of your texture. That's what it's designed for, typically. So it's not like it's doing it wrong when it does that. See how it wonks out? It's trying to snap it to the grid of the actual texture. There we go. Sometimes you can come back to it. It'll work. Once it snaps in there, you do want to necessarily let go of it. That's the other problem sometimes. See, sometimes it'll wonk out. Don't let it get to you. Sometimes you can just deselect it and select it again, and it's just fine. All right, let me go back to make sure I get the right one here. Yep, it'll be this one right here. Go back to verts. Snap it there. Snap it there. And just like that, we now have two newly mapped sides perfectly lined up on either side. Beautiful. Looks good on the front as well as the back. I'm looking this how this lines up. This is our border here, kind of lines up with that ridge of that. That's where it was originally. So that's perfect. Perfect. Beautiful. So that one's done. So now we just got to do it to the rest of the models. Alright, so let's go ahead and collapse this. Like so. That one's done. We're going to hide it. Still got that as Camper 02 donor. Okay. So we want to bring in, let's do Camper 01. So 2 is done. Let's bring this one in. So I got the edges on. That's why you can see it that way. So we'll do the same thing with this one. Same as we did that last one. So we'll take all the polys on this side and chunk them out. Such an easy fix, it's not even funny. Alright, so it's yep. Let's do this so we can actually see them. So we're just gonna do like this. You can, I'm kind of doing it this way just to kind of show you just exactly how many polys in here that we don't need. So many polys in here. And I really, you know, I just blame that on ignorance, really. It's really just a matter of ignorance. As far as this not taking into consideration, these are supposed to be low poly models, with the exception to we originally had 3D wheels on it. Now, you could probably argue, it's like, well, now you could probably add 3D wheels. I probably won't do that, because I want to keep the size of this model, overall model that we're trying to create for the shared, down as low as possible, but it still has some detail to it, if that makes sense. I mean, these are a lot more updated models, you know, as far as to remove all that filler that the original model had. That's a huge improvement, even in itself, to be able to have these individual models to do that. So let's not take that out of consideration as far as so let's delete all that. So now we got that side off, and we'll grab this edge, this top edge, shift drag this down to make a new poly. And I'll do the same thing like I did. I'll stop at this point. So I'll have a midpoint. So this one only needs 2. No, probably 3 polys again as well. So 1 to here, 1 to here, and then 1 to the bottom. So still 3 polys. So 1 here. We'll grab this vert here. Turn on our vert snaps. Snap it to there. So we're at that bend point here. Okay, and I'm going to copy that Z. And turn this off. And we're going to apply that to this vert. So we'll get that at the same level. Like so. Wasn't too far off. So now we can grab that edge again. Shift drag this down. Same thing. Grab the vert. Vert snap this to here. Grab that Z. Put that to here. I'm going to turn the snaps off. And paste that to that vert. So now that's at the same level. Torch giving him some shot slots and risking. Let's see, how'd you do this time? You got nothing from the shot, nothing from the slots, and you did get 37 from the wrist, so that's cool. 1 out of 3 ain't bad, I suppose. And for anybody else that's in the chat, feel free to make sure your fluids are adequate. Check your fluids, exclamation point fluids, to see that you are adequate. And if you're not, feel free to use those 3 that Torch just demonstrated there to yeah, make sure you have the adequate amount of fluids. Want to keep yourself keep them fluids up there while you're watching the stream here, because that's we don't want to lose you. We're kind of on a second wind here of sorts. So again, I can do the same thing like I did on the other model. I can either snap it, or I can just set that to 0, because I know that verts that I'm trying to put it to is at 0 on the Z. So I can do it either way. In this case, I'll just keep the vert snap on. So just kind of rotate this around so you can see what's going on. Okay. Now I can already see a potential problem here. I should have probably made another vert or another poly, because I've got 1, 2, 3. I could probably still make this work. I could still probably make this work. Let me see here. Yeah, because I had 1, 2, 3, 4 there. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it should work. The problem is I would probably have to... Okay, let me do this first. I need to get this one to this level, I guess, basically. Alright, so let's do that. While I got the vert snaps on, I think I can get this to work. This should be fine. Snap that one here. Snap this one here. Snap that one there. That should be just fine. That'll work just fine. So yeah, it still has the same 4 levels here as it does on the front. So we should still be good. The fact that it's on an angle shouldn't be an issue. When we plan or map that, that should be just fine. Another thing I could do, is another option. You don't have to do it, but like if I wanted to, I could clone this side. I could detach it just as it is, clone it, and flip it, and then put it on the other side if I wanted to. So that's an option too. And that would give you the same result, just to ensure that you have the same thing on one side as the other. I'm kind of taking the approach, I guess, to just make them independently. Just as long as I know it doesn't have more than... Whoops, let's turn the vert snaps off. It doesn't have any more than 4 polys on it. Or 3 polys, I should say. 4 verts, then I'm good. I know I'm good. And again, I'm still highlighting all these independently just to show exactly how many polys are in this thing that we're chunking out. So 38 polys here. Bye-bye polys. Okay, and I'm just gonna go around this just to make sure. Don't have any floating polys or anything like that. Looks pretty good. So now I can grab this top edge. Oops, I'm gonna go to edge. Grab that. Shift drag that down. That's gonna be our first one. We'll put our vert snaps on. Grab this vert. Snap it to here. And then I'm just gonna go ahead and, since I already got this vert that's here, on the other camper I didn't have anything to really snap it to, so that's why I did the Z as far as to set it that way. But since I've got a vert here, I'll just actually use that vert and snap it that way. I don't need to copy the Z, I guess, to get that level, because I got something to snap to. Okay, so now I can shift drag this edge. Oh my goodness, what happened there? Oh, I got the vert snaps on. Not bad. See, that's sometimes what'll happen if the vert snaps on. So when I was pulling that out there, I was trying to find a vert to snap to. So I'll turn those off, so don't do that. So don't do that. Okay, so I'm gonna go like this. Now we can turn vert snaps back on. Select that poly, snap it there. Take this one and snap it there. Okay, and then this edge again. Let's shift drag that down. Oops, see, again I did the same thing. This is why you sometimes have to make sure you turn that off. Otherwise, it's what the vert snap is trying to do is find a vert to snap to, so that's why it's kind of folding over. So nothing to be concerned about. Just got to make sure you turn that off. And I got to turn it back on. Snap it there, and we'll snap it here. So now there's our two sides. So we started off. I forget what we started off on this one here, but I think we already made that very clear. It's like we're reducing a lot, taking a lot of polys out of these. So. But just out of curiosity, how many polys do we have in this now? Turn this off. This one now has 28 polys, and we had right around 90, 88 or 90 in this one. So yeah, at least 60 polys we took out of there. That's huge. All right, so texture's already applied to it. All I gotta do is unwrap modifier, UVW unwrap. I think so. Okay, and then select the polys that we want. So we'll do this. And we'll open up our editor here. And so you can already see I don't have the planner map applied to it yet, so it's just kind of in a line here. Not to worry. So if we go like this, do our planner map. There it is. And we just put it in the right spot. So now I can tell by the other polys, as far as the front and back and the roof, I know which one to apply it to, so it needs to go right on this one. Because I'm not needing to do anything with the front and back or the roof. So, just the sides. And once I get one set, I showed as far as being able to take the grid snap. Once I do select those polys and bring that in, I want to ensure I get this in the right position first. Okay, so we'll just kind of get this in the position like so. We'll check it here. We have two. See how well we're lined up here to the front and back. That doesn't look too bad actually. Now see, I'm off here on the window. Okay, but here it looks fine. Awesome. It looks like it's. Oh, I don't have that on here. So yeah, I got somewhat of an issue yet with the window. So let's see what we can adjust here. So if I bring up this, see if I can show this. So we got a controller point, I guess if you want to say. We got this right here that we can adjust it that way if we need to. Let's see. Let me try and just move this up or down. I could probably bring it in. Just to line up. Something like. It's not too bad there. These didn't line up from what I do recall. These weren't perfect. I did have to inset that quite a bit. So I'm kind of applying it much the same way as I did originally anyway. So But that's why I've got the did the F2, so I can see the faces are still selected in the viewport, but I can actually see. So like if I turn the F2 back on, I can see that's what's highlighted. It's kind of a little bit harder to see it that way. So that's why I'm doing it this way. Alright, so let's see. That's actually not terrible. I'll look at this from a better angle. I'm looking at this here too, because this line here should be lined up with like the headlights here. So let's look at this from the side. It's a little bit off here on the top yet. So what I'm considering is doing this. If I go to vert mode, I can kind of fudge this top vert here. Kind of fix that there. See, I can kind of just fudge that like so. Yeah. Something like that. This lines up pretty good here. I like that. I'm happy with that. That's not too bad, actually. I can live with that. Cool. See how the brown is here. Yeah, that's pretty decent. I can handle that. See how the back looks. See, the back looks like it needs some adjustment here because this is got some wonkiness here. This looks actually pretty good right here, so I can probably just adjust this vert at that corner. Because on this point here, that lines up wonderful. And we didn't move anything with the back or the front, so we're only dealing with the side. So yeah, that actually looking pretty good. So let's go slide it over here. Yep, so you can see how that's up off of this. So I can just take this vert, bring that down, like so. And it's not touching this because we got this control point. I guess I want to consider that because it's only going to affect from here to that point. So anything below that, it's not going to affect. So that's kind of a built-in safeguard, I guess, if you will, as far as having not just one poly, I guess, anyway. I'll just bring this down enough to make it look better. I think that looks pretty good like that. That looks marvelous. There we go. Pretty bad. Not bad. I can live with it. Very good. Very nice. Okay, so I'm going to do this to the other side now. Same process. So now we got something actually to grid snap to. Put that in place. We can select these polys. And again, I'll turn the F2 on. You can see the faces. Go on to the... And we'll have to do the planar map. I'm just going to do that. And looks like we got to flip it. Got the slant right there. Now we got something to grid snap to. So we'll just bring it inside. Slightly inside. Give it a little bit of padding so we have something to grid snap to. And that should be a perfect match from one side to the other. In theory, at least, anyway. Alright, bring this down. Okay, so now we can go to vert mode. And step out of that. Get this, and we'll make sure the grid snaps are on. So there we go. We know all the ones that are on the inside are the ones that need to get snapped to the one that's further out. It's a lot less vertices and polys to have to deal with too in this regard. Yeah, so that doesn't want to snap, so we'll unclick that. That one snaps. There we go. Much better. Very nice. There we go. So that one snapped. That one should be done. So that we check our work here. Let's check and see what we did. So that line there lines up there. That looks good. What about the front? Oh yeah. See the windows nice and lined up. This line here. The front end. Cool. That one's done. Marvelous. Okay, so knock these out and get these all done. We'll get a working model into the sim here yet. The rate we're going. Okay, so let's do collapsed all. This one's done. Yes, sir. So that's number 1. So we got 1 and 2 are done. Hide that. So 1 and 2 are done. Let's do the 3 and do the same thing. Alright, so let's go. There we go. And make sure it was selected. So we'll get the poly selected. And again, total walk your hand, hold your hand mode. I'm selecting all these polys just to show exactly how many polys we're going to end up chunking out. And how many more we're going to apply. What we're reducing it to. So taking all these out, that ends up being another 38 polys. So we're kind of staying consistent with that so far. We're about 38 polys. Oh, we need to go to edge. Okay, and then we're going to shift drag this down and create a new poly. And we should be able to do the same thing. 3 polys, one to this point, that point, and then the bottom. That's staying pretty consistent actually. So we'll grab this vert, turn on the vert snap, snap that there. Let's see, do we have anything on the back to snap to? Nope, not in this case. So what I'll do is I'll copy that Z for this one. Whoop. Copy this Z and paste that to here, like so. Might have to snap it to the edge though. Still got a gap there. So must have a little bit of a. It's not completely straight. Okay, so that's no problem. No problem. Let's go. We'll make sure we turn on edge snaps. Okay, but then we can also. We should still have that on the clipboard. You know, it's still copied. So I should be able to paste that Z. And so I should put it right back there. So now this vert snap to that edge, but it's at this level same here. A little bit different scenario like what we had with the last camper where we had a vert to snap to. This one we don't. But we still have an edge though. Okay. Now we're going to select this edge. Shift drag that down. Okay, kind of went past it a little bit. That's okay. So we got a vert here to snap to. So we'll do. We got to turn the vert snap on. All right, hold on. There we go. Wait. For some reason that's not snapping. Why is it not? Oh, I got angle. See, sometimes, yeah. So I had both the edge and the vertex one on there. So I'm trying to. I want it to focus on vertex. What it was doing and what it was prioritizing was the edge. So sometimes it does create the necessity to actually have it focus. So if you want it to vert snap, then only have your verts on. If you want it to edge, then do the edge. Sometimes you got both of them on, it'll prioritize it, so then it won't snap. So you don't have that snap properly, and that's common. That happens. Okay, so this one we can snap that to that vert. Select that vert, snap it to here, and then we just create a new edge, another new edge. New poly by the edge anyway. Shift drag that down. Whoops. See, and again, I got the vert snaps on, so I'll turn that off. There we go. And turn that back on. Snap that there. And snap that there. So now it's our new side there. So I'm going to do the same thing to the other side. Oh! Guess I got a little carried away with the with the poly deletes, but that's okay. We need to delete that anyway. I didn't have ignored back facing on there, so that's probably why that happened. No worries, we didn't delete anything we didn't want to. We weren't going to anyway. So we're okay. Whoops, turn that vert snap off. You'll be able to tell when that thing is on. It'll let you know. is your gizmo. As far as your transform, I can go to this one here actually. It'll wonk out. It'll definitely let you know. Still have it enabled. Don't let that bother you. Okay, so we got those all selected. Cool. Spank those out. Awesome. Now we don't have any other additional floating polys around. Good deal. Alright, so we're gonna grab this top edge. Shift drag that down to create a new poly. Alright, and first snap this here. And just like we did the other side, we're gonna have to edge snap this one. But I'm gonna go ahead and copy this Z. Copy the Z from this. So it's on the clipboard. I'm not gonna use it just yet. I'm gonna select this vert. Go to edge snap. At least get it to that edge. And then I'll paste that Z value. So it puts it at the same level as that one. Okay. So now we can go edge again. Shift drag this down. I'm going past a little bit, but that's okay. Turn the edge snap off. Just like this. Whoops, gotta turn it on. Vert snap that. Vert snap that. Grab the edge. Shift drag that down. Whoops. See, I didn't turn that off again. Silly me. Okay, so there's that. Turn that back on. I kind of went past it over here a little bit. That's okay. There we go. Now, like I said, I could have done in one of two ways. I could just done a vert snap like that, or I could have selected on the bottom ones anyway. I could have did it that way, or selected the vert and just reduce it to 0. Or just set it to 0 with the right click on it. Either way, I would have got it to the same point. Okay, so now that's all done. Now we can unwrap this one. So let's apply the unwrap. There we go. Open up the editor. Apply the texture. So right now we're on this model as far as the second from the bottom. So we need to select the polys. And because we only got the 3, just do it like that. See, it's shown right here, so we do a planar map. There it is. Now we just got to scale it in onto our texture. Let's go ahead and blow this up just a little bit. There we go. So let's get this lined up. Man, these fit so nice. I like it. Beautiful. A lot nicer, I think, than it did. Perfectly honest. Okay, now let's check it in our viewport here. We'll do the F2 so we can see what's going on here. Yeah, so what I'm looking at is this line here needs to line up with the front. Okay, and to include the windshield is a little bit off, about the same amount. Okay, so let's bring this over here like that. Zoom in on this area. Okay, so I have to bring this down a little bit. That's not too bad. I can handle that. That's lining up pretty good, as well as the window. Let's see if we can probably bring this down a little bit. Uh-oh. That hurt it or made it better? Actually, I made it better. That's even better. Brought this bottom up to this edge. That's cool. That lines up pretty good. Let's see how we look overall here. Oh yeah, that's beautiful. I like it. Let's check the back. So the back's off a little bit. So this slant here, whatever, is a little too high. Plus this blue line should line up with this. So we'll fix that. Alright, let's see here. Let me see here. I don't want to move. I might be able to get away with, hold on. Let's go to vert mode. Dang it. I hate when I do that. Control Z, I guess to undo that. Okay, so we're taking this. So I can move this down. So you can see this shifting right here. Oops, kind of got it wonked out of there. It's not too bad there. Now I can do this vert to correct that. Just getting it to line up with that one there, so that looks pretty good. I want to straighten this out here. I think what I'm going to do, hold on. I can do this and do one of these numbers. Let's grab all these. Oh, that's not really what I wanted. I guess it's still don't look bad though. Not what I expected it was going to do, but I guess it works. Whoops, see, and I got there. Wait a minute. Hold on, let me do a Control Z. It's putting that too close to. Oh, I see what I did. I selected. I see what I did. That's still not too bad. I must have had that vert selected on the back. Okay. There we go. Just trying to straighten that out is all. That still looks good here. So that lines up. This bottom here lines up with there. That's good. Very good. Marvelous. Don't worry about the texture. That's just the texture. It looks like that tire's kind of wonked. That's just because of the texture. If you look at it side on, it's composed of that. It looks like it's weird. That's just the texture. So that's not a warping in the actual UV. Just to clarify. All right, so now we can do the other side. Now we got something to base our grid snap on for the other side. Okay, so we'll do this. Go to polygon. Turn our vert snaps off. Oh, that's another reason why I did that. So the vert snap, it's probably a good thing I did that. The vert snap actually does apply to the UV map. So if you've got this selected, that doesn't necessarily apply to the vertices that you're selecting within the edit UVW as well. So that's probably a fair mention. Be aware of that. Alright, so we're going to select these polys. I'm going to turn F2 on so you can see that we're selecting those. Back into here. Do the quick planner. And we're going to flip it. So you need to go here. And just like before, I want to inset it inside the one we already have set. Just a tad. Give it a little padding so we have something to grid snap to. You don't want to try and put it right on top of the other one right away, because it makes it a little bit harder to select the vertices that you need to in order to grid snap it. So if you try to get it too close to that, you might necessarily select the one that you want to keep. So by having it inset like that, you know which vert to select and which one you want to snap to. So yeah, see that wonked out a little bit, not too bad. Just go all the way around here. This is a heck of a lot more verts to deal with than we had before. Huge improvement. That's all I know. Whoops. It's not Control Z on that. Just making sure it's snapping there. There we go. So that side's done. There we go. So there's, let's check it out. That's lining up there. That lines up there. And the front. That's lining up there. Windshield lines up there. Beautiful. Done. Okay, we'll collapse all. Done with that model. Now that one's 3. Now we're off to 4. Hide that one, and we'll bring out 4. One more model to do after this one. We are rolling right around, folks. The other thing that's going to have to be done is once we get these donor models done, they're going to have to be replaced yet again. So that might be a whole nother process. Whether or not I will, depends on how long this takes. How long it takes here. I may necessarily just get the donor models done, and it's going to take a while to get those replaced yet again. based on our donor models. We'll see how it goes. We will see how it goes. Alright, so let's go polygons. Select these polygons. We're already a little bit over 3 hours in the stream. I usually try to keep these streams. I know last week we ended up going about 6 hours. A little over 6 hours just to get the model into the game. So I think that might necessarily be what will happen if I continue with this. I bet money there's a model replacement function in Max. Yeah, if there is, I don't know about it. That would be nice. As far as to like do a replace, like, you know, pick this as a donor and then replace whatever. That'd be freaking awesome if there was, but that would be cool. All right, so we got 34 polys here. Just making sure I got. I think there's a little sliver on this here, if I remember. Yep, there's a little sliver there. Yeah. I remember dealing with this one. This is the one that was giving me trouble. This is the one that started all the mess with redoing the texture, at least anyway. So we'll delete that. Grab this edge. Shift drag that down. Let me check something. Do we still gotta do the 3? Yeah. Yep. So the 3 polys. Okay. That's staying pretty consistent. So we'll bring this down here. Hey, it's the McDonald's. It's the McDonald's theme again. Hope I don't get. Yeah, it's the McDonald's theme. Snap that there. Now, do we have a vert back here? Don't think we do. Nope, we do not. So we need to copy that Z from here and apply that to this one. So that's at the same level. Okay. Yep, just making sure there's no gap or anything there. That's cool. Marvelous. Okay, so grab that edge. I'm seeing a lot of search results for replacing model. Talking about XREF. Yeah, never done that before, so I'm not sure, James. Could very well be. Alright, so we're going to shift drag this. I'll have to look into that. That's one I'm not familiar with, actually. See, and I know there's one feature that I use in Giants Editor quite a bit for Farm Sim. It does have an option when you select an object, you can do, like, say, Control D, which will duplicate, and then, but that doesn't necessarily replace, I guess, an existing. That much I know it doesn't exist. Okay, so I'm gonna snap this one here, but I don't know if that's got something similar like that. Formax. That'd be cool though. For sure. Alright, so we want to, whoops. Snap that one there. And then grab that edge. And shift drag that down. Whoops, I'm going to turn that off. Like so. And do a vertex snap. And same down here. There we go. So we do that on the other side now. Substitute modifier? Yeah, I'm not sure, James. We'll have to look into that. And again, I'm still just going through selecting all these polys. I can do, like, for example, I can do paint. Just go like this. What I don't want to do, let's see here. Okay, it didn't do that. So I didn't have the ignore back faces on. Sometimes when you do that, you might select polys that you don't want selected. But yeah. So just getting all that. And I got that little sliver on this one here. This one was a beast because I kept forgetting when I was redoing the texture. Every time I try a new UV wrap for this one, it had this little sliver in here. Just being a bugger. It's got this little sliver right here on the side. So like that. We're gonna eliminate that problem though. All together. Substitute modifier. I can walk you through. When you get there, okay. We'll give it a try. I'm game for that, because I know it's going to take me forever if I have to do them one by one like I did. For sure. So let's do, so we go down here. Vertex, we're going to do a vert snap. Like so. Grab that Z. Paste that in there. Okay, now I'm going to grab the edge again. Shift drag that down. And vert. Vert snap that. Vert snap that. Is that vert still there? Let's see here. Where'd that vert go? Did I move the wrong vert? I think I did. Here, let me do a Control Z. Did I move the wrong vert? Just a second here. That's what I'm trying to. I had one there. Yeah, there should be one right across from here. That's what did I do wrong? Okay, do another Control Z. Okay, there's that one. Okay, it is there. Okay. For some reason, it seemed like it went away. So yeah, it's up to the same level there. It's like I couldn't see it. It's like that was freaking me out. Okay. So let's go to edge again. Just wanted to make sure it was there. Go that. Vertex. Vert snap. Yep, there it is. Still there. It's just messing with me. Okay, so go back to edge. Ah, I didn't turn that darn. The new poly tends to wonk out when you don't shut that off. It's trying to snap it to a... Yeah, and then I forgot to turn it back on. Dummy. Okay, that one. Oops, gotta make sure I got... Nope, I got the wrong one. It's pretty close to each other, so I can use this one. Snap to that. Cool. Cool. Alright, now we got both sides established. Now we just need to unwrap it. Unwrapper. Open that up. Texture. Select their faces. Should only be 3 of them. Cool. Planar map. Awesome. We're on this bottom one here. Okay, so let's expand this out. Let's make it a little bigger so we can see what's going on here. Now we just need to size it into that part of the texture. I guess it reduced it a little too much, but that's okay. That's okay. We are definitely making some progress here, that's for sure. I'm liking how these new polys are actually fitting to this so much better. So much better. Giving it a shot. Okay. Speaking of shot. Oh yeah. Speaking of shot. There you go. And he still didn't get anything. Wow. Wow. Bot is not nice tonight. Be nice, bot. I don't want to have to spank you for being rude. Okay, so let's see how we are here. F2. See how we lined up here. Let's see what we have. Okay, I think this is gonna line up with that. Whoa. Okay, so that's gotta. This whole thing's gotta come down. That's what the deal is. Okay. Let's see what we got here. It's got to come down, which means I gotta go actually up on that, which I don't think I got a whole heck of a lot of room. Holy mackerel, man. Okay, I got an idea. We got a control point right there, so I'll get this as high as we can get it. There. Okay. Then I can go in the vertex. So this, and we'll bring this down. I think I should go this way. Okay, just making sure. Not too bad, actually. Okay, now we can adjust this vert down here. Just bring it in, actually. It's a funky tune, I like that. Actually, just straighten this up here a little bit, too. There we go. Doesn't look too shabby. Actually, we can render this too. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that looks beautiful. I like it. Okay. Let's see how the back looks. Alright, so what we need here, we need to get this lined up to there. There's really nothing. See, the back here actually can be adjusted, I know that for sure. Alright, so let's go into that. Yep, see, this is hanging out too far. Need to bring this down like so. I still got this on too, so I'm gonna turn that off. Screw that up. Okay, now just want to bring this up a little bit so that this bottom edge is more to the bottom of that bumper. It's kind of hanging down just a little bit. So on this point right here, bring this up a little bit. Something like that. Marvelous. There we go. Cool. Alright, now we'll get the other side. That looks good. Cool beans. Alright, now let's get the other side. Oh, let's do the F2 so you can see what we're selecting here. Alright, do the quick planner. I'll do that here. And you need to flip it. Here we go. It's got that slight little slant right here. That's how I can tell it's more straight in the back there. That's how I can kind of tell. Alright, so just as usual, I want to set this in just a little bit from one we've already got placed. Okay. If I go over, Now I'm going to turn grid snaps on. Like that. Yeah, it should be this one here. Oh. Perfect. There we go. So we just check our work. Looks good there. And, oh, wait, what's going on here? This one's a little bit off. That's interesting. Yeah, we're a little bit off here. Okay, so let's see if we can fix that. Interesting, alright. See what we got there. Alright, so in this case, what I'm going to do is actually just turn on just the faces that I got selected, so I don't touch the other one. Obviously, when you got some adjustments to make in this one, because we're off here. Don't know how that happened, but what the heck? Oh, I got grid snapped on, my bad. Whoops. Let's turn that off. There we go. See, how is it on the bottom? Yeah, that should be good there. Cool, so those lines are good. Windshield lines look good. Yep, that should be fine. Cool. Just a little bit of adjustment on that side, not a big deal. Cool, that was done. Done. One more to do. So we gotta collapse this. I don't have to, but I'm going to. So now we just need 5. So hide this one. And our last model is donor number 5. Last model. This should be pretty simple. This is pretty straight. On both sides. It's got a little bit of a bow, I guess, in the front, but nothing major. Okay, select the faces. This one here has got another sliver in front there. It's like that other one we had. I'm just really kind of still wanting to show off all these polys that we're going to be eliminating. It's just amazing how much of a difference we made there. That was another 38, by the way. Actually, let me show that. So I bring that back. 38 polys yet again. Gone. Alright, so let's go to edge. Shift drag that down. And we got 1, 2, still 3. Okay. Vert snap. Do we got a vert in the back? I don't think we do. Nope, no vert in the back, so we're gonna go get the Z on that one and paste it to here. Like so. So now we got it. Now we can go shift drag another edge. Go to there. Vertex. Vert snap. Let's zoom in on that a little bit. And vert snap here. Oopsie. Get carried away with the drag select. Edge. Turn that off. And turn that back on. Now, you know what I can do? Since I know it needs to be at 0, I'm just going to do this. I showed that before already, but it's another option I have. So I can just do that. Right click it out, get it to 0. So I already know that that vert on the front and the back there are already set to 0. So that one's done. go this side. So what I'll do here now, I'm going to use my other tool for selection, and I'm going to turn on ignore back facing. And by doing that, I can go like this. It's a lot quicker. So that's just another tool you have, so it doesn't select. By making sure I check the ignore back facing, I know I won't select anything that's behind that when I'm selecting. That's basically how that works. So want to make sure I get this little sliver here. Right there. 30. Yep. Okay. Delete those out. Edge. Shift drag that down. Vertex. Vert snap. Torch is still out there. He's still playing the shots and slots. I got nothing on the slots. That seems to be the norm. 77. Oh, we got some units taken away from you, and nothing on the shot. Oh my God, bot, please. Stop being so stingy. I'm gonna have to spank him. I'm gonna have to put him in timeout. He's not being nice. I don't like that. Alright, so it's going to do paste this to here. There we go. Hey, John Vaughn coming in here playing some slots too. Was it nice to you? Nope. John Vaughn got nothing on the slots either. James playing some more slots. It only costs you 10 units of fluid per play. That one is not on a cooldown, so the only one that is on a cooldown is the shot. The other two, whatever, you can play to your heart's content as far as the risk or slots. It's just the shot you can't administer. I guess you can't spam that one, and that's for a reason. That's for good reason. Okay, so we want to select the edge. And I'm going to turn this off and shift drag that down. No. How we doing there, John Vaughn? I guess if you're still there with us. Let's see. I saw you sneak in there and play some slots. I saw you. Alright, so we're going to snap this one here. Snap that one there. Go to edge. Turn that off. Shift drag that down. And yep, vert snap. Now again, I can do the same thing. I think I'll just go ahead and do the zero that out. Just make sure I got the right one selected, the proper one selected. There we go. So I can either do one or two things to do the vert snap or just that. Either way, it would get me to 0 on that one. Okay, now we just got to unwrap it. Texture unwrap it. So go like that. Go to unwrap. Open up the editor, apply the texture. So we're on this model. I'm going to expand it out here a little bit. Alright, so let's get our faces that we need. 1, 2, 3. Okay, and we'll do our quick planner. There it is. And that should be the orientation we need. Scale her down in here like this. The trick is just getting the one side set, so when you do the other side, we did have some adjustment we had to make on the last camper, but for the most part, you should be able to just pretty much grid snap it. It should be a direct copy of that UV mapping for the other side. In most cases. That was like an exception there, obviously. Okay, so let's see how we are here. Do the F2. See where we're at. So we're a little bit off here and on the window. Okay. Yep, so we got a little bit of adjustment to make. Let's see. Let's bring this over here. So we need to actually bring it down. Something like this. Yep. Come on, there we go. Oh, yeah. Okay, so it's a little bit on the bottom off here. This edge is not lined up with the bottom. This looks good here. I think it might have a little bit more there. Yep. A little bit more. It's actually good at the windshield. Let's see. Right about there, but okay, we got another control point here, so let's do this. Come on. What the heck? There we go. And it's kind of messing it up at the top. There we go. Okay. Just little tweaks in there. I think that'll work. Now let's get this bottom. This is not quite right. In actuality, it looks like I can, hold on a second. Select all these. Whoops. Go to poly. And what I want to do is I want to drag this down. Oh, maybe that wasn't a good idea. Okay, hold on. Didn't work like I wanted it to, so we'll do it this way then. So we'll just take, go to vertex, and grab these, and move still didn't really work like I wanted it to, but okay, so we'll do this then. That's not too bad right there. I can live with that. Oops, come on. Turn, you sucker. Come on, baby. There we go. Yeah, it looks good. As far as on the window and down there, it looks not too bad. Let's check the back. And like I said, the key is just getting the one side to get set. And then you can just kind of go from there. So this we need to bring up that whole back end here. Okay, so let's go over here. And let me put this in view here. There we go. Alright. So let's bring this up. Good. We are getting down really to the nitty-gritty to texture mapping here, as far as getting body lines or designs in your texture, I guess, actually to line up. But doing it in such a fashion that it doesn't warp it so much, even on a low poly model. I mean, that's it's kind of an art form in that by itself, as far as get these things to line up without making it look not so good. Doesn't look too bad, actually. I'm happy with it. I think it'll work. I think it'll work. Okay, now we just gotta do the other side. Now we have something to grid snap too. Alright, so let's select the other side. Let's strip the F2 back on so we can see what we're selecting there. Alright. And we want to do quick liner there. There we go, and I think we need to flip-flop it like so. There we go. And like I said, we just need to, just as we've been doing, we just need to inset it, the one we've already got set, in an effort to grid snap it. Like that. Zoom in on this a little bit. Go to verts. Select these one at a time. Make sure the grid snaps are on. You want to do these one at a time. You don't want to try to do these in multiplicity, because otherwise it'll wonk your texture mapping out quite a bit. In most cases. Yeah, you can see it adjusting as I do that. Marvelous. So far it looks good, but we'll check our work. See where we're at. So far I see a little bit of adjustment in the windshield here. Not so much here. It's good on the bottom. Okay. So just a little bit here in the windshield. It's a little bit off. I'll go there. So what I'll do is I'll turn just, so I got just the faces that I'm got selected, so I don't mess the other one up. So let's select this. Ah crap, yeah, good snaps on. Control Z, I'll do that. Okay, I need to go down actually. Some little minor tweaks, nothing major. Nothing to freak out about. Okay, the bottom is already good. Here, let's actually tweak this one a little bit too. There we go. That'll work. I can deal with that. Cool. So that should be able to check her back. Almost done. We're in the home stretch. So as long as that lines up here, pretty good. And then this line here. Ah, marvelous. That is marvelous. In the words of Billy Crystal. Alright, so let's collapse this one down. Now I think we are to the point. What I'm going to do, I'm going to bring all these models back in like this. And I'm going to save it. And we aren't necessarily to that point, James, if you're still there. Hopefully, as far as that XREF thing, I think that's what you're mentioning as far as to replace. So I'm going to go ahead and save this. Save that for my, as a starting point. Now what I'm hoping is works like what we're thinking, where if we've got a object in this position here, we'll be able to take a donor and replace, I guess, with that. That'd be awesome. Type it out in steps. Okay, select the model. Racing 98, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Rock Nation. Hope you enjoy here. How are we doing this evening? Appreciate you. Okay, so what do we got? Select the model you want to replace in the cog. Convert to edible poly. Apply a substitute modifier. You're good? That's good to hear. iRacing out. Yeah, we're just doing a little bit of 3D modeling. Feel free to ask any questions. I know there's a lot going on here. It's basically replacing an original model from the NASCAR Racing 2003 simulation. I know as your username, your viewer name, I necessarily suggest this has nothing to do, I guess, with iRacing, but it's along the same lines of it. So hope I don't tend to assume. Okay, so I want to select the model that I want to. I'm reading your instructions here, James. We're doing some new stuff here that we've never done before, so it's going to be interesting. Select the model you want to replace in the cog. What do you mean the cog? Are you talking about like this? I hope. And then do an editable poly. That's easy enough. I think it's already an editable poly, but I'll do it again. So it is as an editable poly. And then a substitute modifier. So that's in which cog? In the cog at the which cog do you mean though, James? Refresh my memory. I'm having a brain fart. I'm also a CAD designer, so this is intriguing regardless. Nice. CAD designer, cool. I've done some CAD, and it's, you know, I tend to privy, I guess, the 3ds Max, don't get me wrong. I got nothing against CAD. CAD's pretty interesting. It's very, very involved. Okay, so yeah, primarily 3ds Max, I guess, as far as softwares that I use. Between that and a little bit of Blender. Not so much, but I tend to not want to use Blender as much. 3ds Max tends to be my 3D modeling deal of choice. The group cog. James, I'm lost here. So I've got it selected. It is as a noble poly. Which group? You talking about group up here? I want to make sure I'm understanding you right. Select the high poly you want to replace. I'm still lost, James. I'm brain farting here bad. Okay, so I've got the model that I want to replace. So which cog do you mean as far as... I got it as an editable poly. I'm being totally a noob at this right now. Select one of the RVs in the group. Okay, so select one of these. So what if I want to replace one in specific? So I want to replace this one with this one here. This is the one I want to replace. So I want to select this one. So what's the high poly cog? What is that? Refresh me. Where is that? Okay. So the high poly cog, where is that at? High poly. I don't know which one that is. Oh my god. I don't know which one that is. High poly. Oh my god. I know it's here. It's just... I have the high poly selected. Okay. So it's selected. Okay. How do I know it's high poly? I guess that's what I want to... How do I know it's high poly? Okay, so just the modifier. Okay, that's what I want. So I want the modifier. But I need to go here, right? So it's a substitute. Alright, let me see here. I'm still kind of stuck on it. I wanted to make sure I had high poly selected. Alright, so let's make it here. So substitute. Substitute. There it is. There's a substitute modifier. Right? Apply the modifier to that selection. Okay, so I got that substitute modifier applied to it. The right side under the modifier settings. Look for pick scene object. Okay, I can see that. So to the right of that. This is new stuff. I like it. On the right side under the modifier settings, look for pick scene object and left click on the donor object. Okay. So do I... Oh, get the hell out of here. So I want to... Okay, hold on. I gotta verify as far as which one that was. Just a second. So I gotta go back to here. I want to do camper 002 donor. Okay, so on this one, substitute modifier. Alright. Go here. Camper 02 donor. Which is this one. Alright. Do you want to assign the substitute object materials this object? Yeah, I'm supposing. Ah! It deleted it. What the heck? I don't think I did something right. Something didn't work right, because it deleted it. I did something wrong. Right side on the modifier side, look for a pick scene. Left click on the donor object. Okay, I did that. Can select from the list or just pick scene object button. Yeah, it deleted the object though. So something didn't work. Let me see if I can do Control Z. Okay, so that brought it back. It's still got the substitute modifier. Let me double check. Oh, wait a minute. So there's two different options now. I can toggle that or just go this way. Okay. Alright, so I guess that's all that is. So let's try this again. So we got a substitute modifier on this. Alright. Is there anything we can do in here? Do I have to select this? Let me see. So if I select that. Alright. Pick scene object. Go like this. And select that. That's not working. It's deleting it. Something's not working there. I don't know what I'm doing wrong, but it's deleting it. What I'm suspecting should happen is it should substitute this model for that position. Correct? Hit no on the material dialog? Oh, maybe. Let me try that. Do this, do that, and do a no. Nope. Still deleting it. That's not good. We're not doing something right. I mean, I kind of understand the concept behind this, but it doesn't seem to be working. You didn't have material applied when you tested? I mean, what I consider is I'm still using... They both relatively have the same material, right? So it shouldn't matter. I wonder if I do it the other way around. No, that wouldn't work either, because I want it to actually substitute this with this. Not the other way around. This is the model I want to replace with that, because this is the one that's redone. So, there's got to be something to this here. Let's see. Let's zoom in on this. What are we missing here? We're missing something. Yeah. So, it's just deleting it for some reason. I'm not sure why. I thought maybe it would be... Let's try it again here. There's an XREF. Okay, so this is the one I want to replace with this. So that makes sense. There's got to be something to that we're missing here. Trying some new stuff here, folks, so bear with us. Yeah, I might try another model. That's a good idea too. So what I'll do is I'll try. Let's put the substitute modifier on this. What I'm still. Are you sure? Can I ensure whatever I'm on a high poly? I guess that's something else I think of too. How do I ensure that I'm on a high poly? How do I ensure that? 'Cause I think that might be something we're missing. Alright, so if I select this one, right now it's just on editable poly, so it is a poly. But let me try it this one. Okay, let me try the substitute modifier on this one. So if I go down here. Okay, substitute modifier on that one, much the same as the other one. And then I'm going like this one I want to replace with that one. Okay, so if I do this, that, and do a yes, that's doing the same thing. We're missing something. It's completely deleting it. So we're missing something. Yeah, One of the 90 poly models, yeah. So yeah, this one here is one of the one I want to replace. So yeah, I got the substitute modifier on there, as we said. And you can pick it either way, from what I understand. You can go from the list, or just by toggling that and then select it that way. That's what I've been doing. But I'm wondering, what I'm still wondering about is that you said it's got to be high poly. I guess that's what I don't get. How do I know? I mean, I do have it as an edible poly, but how do I know it's high poly? I guess that's what I wonder. Let me go ahead and delete this. So I think that's... Oh, crap. That's not what I wanted. No, I don't want that. I'm going to delete this out. And I'll do the same thing on this one. Yeah, we're missing something on that, obviously. Oh. Dadgummit. I keep doing that the wrong way. Keep using the delete key instead of just the delete the modifier. There we go. So yeah, there's obviously something to that. Yeah, I'm just wondering if maybe it has something to do with, does it have to be... it is an edible poly. I've ensured that. That's what I have in the rollout here as far as edible poly. So that should be a prerequisite, I assume. Let me check something here. So it's top level, whatever that means. Yeah, what's bugging me is you said something about high poly. Usually when Max just deletes something, it's because it cannot calculate properly. Think of the boot. Yeah. Right. That's kind of what that's what I think too. It's like a lot of times when that does that for me with like the boolean cutting, that just means I've got it backwards as far as like in comparison to what I want to cut as opposed to what I'm cutting with. So it almost seems like it's maybe backwards. Maybe. So maybe if I do it the other way. So in this case, if I put the substitute modifier on this, let's see if that's the case. Let's just try it. Okay. So if I go here, and that is an edible poly, so if I do substitute, this is definitely one of those modifiers we've never used before, folks. So let's so we're gonna apply it here, and then pick scene object, and we're gonna replace it with this one. Nope. See, now it's deleting that one. Now, did it actually replace that? Nope. That's still the same model. Nope. So even if I do it either way, it's just deleting. So there's got to be a reason for that. Why is it doing that? I don't know why it's doing that. Bummer. Yeah, because if we could get that working, that would be definitely quick work of being able to get these models replaced. But as it stands right now, what I'd have to do is actually physically go through each one and replace them, as I did. So yeah, I did it both ways as far as to put the substitute modifier on the one I want to replace and on the donor, and it's just deleting it. So I'm not sure why it's doing that. So I guess for what I'll do right now, I guess for the sake of that, because we can't seem to get that to work, I'm just going to start putting these in here one at a time. Let's go ahead and delete that out. As much as that stinks, it would be nice if that would work. That'd be awesome. That would save a lot of time. Alright, let's make sure we got... Yeah, we'll have to look into that. I think that would be cool if you get it work. I smell another tutorial eventually. Yep, probably. I think the fact that it's there, in theory, I understand the logic behind it. It does seem to make sense, but why it's just deleting, you know, either direction you go. Okay, so I need to clone this. Alright, so we're just going to do it this way for now. And this is probably not going to allow me to finish this. I'm already well over 4 hours. I don't want to go too much longer. This is probably going to be another good hour of work. Easily. If I have to do it this way. Easily. So. It works when I create a teapot and a cube. I can swap either for either any way I want. But you don't have a material to it. You don't have a texture. Because it keeps bringing up that dialogue, I guess, for replacing the texture or the material. I wonder if that's part of the problem. I just wonder. Just wonder. Why the heck are you... Why did it adjust the... Alright, let's do it this way. So yeah, as much as this stinks, we gotta... Until we can get that to work, I'm gonna do it this way just so I can get something accomplished here. It's basically just replacing these out, and then the other problem is I'm gonna have to rename crap. Because now I got two donor. Yep, I got this one, and this one's also donor. Crap. I'm gonna have to pay attention to. That's the one I want to keep, I think. Hold on. Yep, I can tell. The only way I can tell this way is I got all the polys. So that's the one I want to delete. Yep. And that's the one I want to keep right here. There we go. That's the only way I'm going to be able to tell is it's got all the additional faces on that. Yep. Material makes no difference. Strange. I mean, I've only got... Here, if I bring the material editor up here. I've only got... yeah, as far as what I'm trying to replace, I've only got the one texture applied to it, which is this one. So, it's not like I have, you know, a multiple sub-image or anything like that. X-form issue? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it should be what I'm replacing. When I think of that, it's not like I'm trying to replace one model, I guess, with a different one. I'm trying to use like the same. Maybe that's part of the issue too, though. I might have to try that. Let's try that for the heck of it. So if I use, say for example, here, let's do this. Now I'm curious. So like if I apply a substitute to this, check this out. So we'll do, if I do this and then use a different donor, maybe it can't be exactly the same as far as alright, so we'll do this, the substitute, and then we'll pick this one. Nope, still doing the same thing. I thought maybe it might have something to do with that. Nope, still deleting it. Strange. Okay. Bummer. Man, I really want to figure that out now. I think that would be cool to have. That would actually work. Let's delete that out. Yeah, so I thought maybe by just using a different donor model and not having it exactly the same, maybe that was part of the issue. Doesn't seem to be though. It's still deleting the model I want to replace. Okay, so let's replace this one. We'll clone this. Moving along. Okay, let's put this over here. And then I want to select the one that I don't want to keep, which is that one. So the one I can tell that I want to keep, it has fewer faces or polys on the side. That's how I can tell now, as far as which one's replaced and which one's not. Okay. Pivot is not important either. Just tested that. Okay. All the pivots should be the same. I've got them all centered to the model. That's the other thing. I do have all these donors centered to the model. So, yeah, it's a very good thing. Just checking all the bases out. It's got to be something relatively simple that we're missing. Clone this one. Never used that before, though. The fact that there's so many different modifiers that are useful in that regard. Yeah. Alright, now we just want to make sure we get the one we don't want. Come on. Man, I'm getting it too close. There we go. So I got the way I can tell I'm deleting the model that I don't want. It's got all these faces that we took out. Excuse me. Oh my goodness. Couldn't mute the mic fast enough. I came out of nowhere. Sorry, folks. Hope they didn't blow your drums out. Usually I just say there has to be a tool. And there usually is, and don't always pick up the tools. Yeah, it could be. Yeah. I mean, it's obviously there. We just gotta figure out how that works, actually. Okay, so I can clone this one. Clone this one here. I'm really intrigued. I want to know how that actually works, because I think that would be awesome to be able to. What I'm wondering if it actually works with just the pre-made items. You said you were using the teapot and the yeah, whatever it is you were using. I wonder if it's just those pre-made shapes, and it doesn't necessarily work with custom-made shapes, I guess. I just wonder. That seems kind of strange, I guess, to have that feature in there like that. But alright, so move that way. Alright, so now we need 2 of these here. That's each one. Clone that. Clone that one down here. Hello. There we go. Let's get this one in the center here. More to the middle. And then we'll get this one. We'll clone that again and get that one. Okay, take that one out. We'll clone this one again. You're gonna try it on the existing scene? Okay. Cool. Alright, so while you're doing that, I'm just gonna continue doing this. Let's try to get something done. I'm just still trying to be constructive here until we get that figured out. Dadgummit. Let's select the one I want. Come on now. You goofy thing, you. I got it too well lined up on there. I gotta shift it off just a little bit. There we go. I have to have it perfectly on there, but okay, so all those are done. Probably by the time we figure this out, I'll probably have these all swapped out. Oh man. Nope, no matter what I try to do, it works. Huh. I don't know. That's in, yeah, are you using max 14? Is that max 14? I'm just checking. I'm just wondering if maybe it's something that is specific, I guess, to... Just wondering anyway. Okay. Set it, clone this. Yeah, so like I was saying, the way I can tell which campers haven't been replaced at this point, you can see all these wicked faces that are in the side here, and now we've reduced it down to only 3. So now that's how I can tell which ones still need to be replaced. So I've got the edges still showing. So, alright, so select that one. And we need copy. Clone this one. I mean, this is just a tedious process. The fact that I've got 42 of these, I think that's what we came to the conclusion of in this overall model, this overall layout. Just means I have to do it that many times. This is all. I'll just offset it a little bit so I can get the model I need to delete. There we go. I got 2 more of those right here, so I can do that. So clone those. This will probably change, as I've mentioned before, because we got too many of these relatively in the same location. Well, not the same location, but so close together. So it will probably have to be gone back over again to ensure we have some variation and some more randomization in the placement of these things. But I do want to make sure there's you know, part of the reason I guess for doing this is to make sure we have enough variation, because we do have, on average they're about 90 polys each. Now they're only like 20 or so. If I really wanted to get super picky with this, or just to try this, I might even do that. I might even just do that. I might create much, you know, just put much of the same model and just duplicate it. I could probably do that. It might make it a little bit quicker. I can always go back and change alt models after we confirm. Okay, we can clone this one. Wait a minute. I gotta select one first, you dummy. A big dummy. I guess I'll put this over here. Alright. So those two need to be replaced. Okay, this one I can clone. A lot of these are the same model, so I can just clone it from here, slap it into position. I'm gonna try to do this as quickly as possible. I'm not gonna worry about overall placement. Yeah, we want to really get to the determination that this is gonna work. So just gonna quick whip through these, and I can always adjust it afterwards. I don't need to get real super picky with it. On these anyway. Okay, so those are all replaced. Those are all replaced. Cool. Did I not bring one of these over yet? No. I need. Which one? That one's. Yeah, it's this one here. Clone that. Oh, wait a minute. God, I'm getting myself confused now. That's this piece, okay. Yeah. Let's do an edit clone. I'm getting myself confused now. Yeah, that might not be the. That's probably not the same one. That's okay though. Let's get that turned. I really want to get this in the sim. I want to really try this out. Okay. The only difference I see is in your objects you want to replace the bounding box. It's not aligned properly. I have no idea why. Yeah, I've noticed that too. And not sure what you meant on that last one, but yeah, that's what I kind of noticed too, James, and I'm not really sure why. What he's mentioning, folks, is the fact that even though my orientation, you know, as far as the, you know, that's straight, the bounding box is actually on an angle. I'm not really sure why that is. And you helped me, well, I guess, about another model, but the whole axis was, as far as this, the actual translate, as far as the gizmo, that was all out of whack too. I'm on another model, but the fact that in every one of these, they're all on an angle, and that might have something to do with it. Yeah, I could see that being the case, but I can't remember how to fix that now. I think you got to go into. I got to remember now. Where's that at? For that X form stuff. I can't remember where it is now. Yeah, the reset X form. I can't remember where it is though. I know it's not that hard to find. I'm just brain farting bad. Gosh, darn, I can't remember where it is now. God, I know it's here. I just can't remember where it is. That's bugging me because I know it's just like a button. You just select the object and then just hit reset X form, and it'll do it. But I can't remember where it is. X form equals transform utility. Okay, hold on a second. Oh my god, I know it's staring me right in the face too. God dang, anyway. Oh, here it is. I think it's in here. Yeah, as far as the transform. Why am I not finding this? This is nuts. I know it's here. That's the reset pivot. I guess that's what I was thinking of, but that's not the one I want. I thought it was a modifier that you had to apply to it, though. See, that's not how I did it. I know it's over here somewhere. I can't remember which one it was under. I don't remember which one it was under. It was under one of these deals. I think I see what you're saying as far as this to do this. And, shoot, where is it even in there? I don't even know where it is in the menu. No, it's not there. Oh my god. Edit menu, let's see what we got here. I know I didn't do it this way, but there's a thing over here, and that's what's bugging me. It's like I know it's there. Oh my god. Brain fart. That's not in the edit menu. Rotate scale. Son of a biscuit, anyway. Why am I not seeing this? This is driving me nuts. It is so simple too, I remember, because it's just why am I not seeing it? I know I didn't do it from here. It was over here. From what I can remember. Why am I not finding it? Oh my goodness. There's nothing there. There's nothing in here. Oh my god. I am so freaking stepping all over myself. It's not even funny. It is such a simple thing. Why am I not finding it? I'm already in that club. That's the reset pivot, but I don't want to do that. I want X1. keep going back to that one as far as it's a button like this. You just select it and you do the reset X form, and I can't remember where the heck it is. Is that where it is? Okay, maybe that's where it is. I know it was under one of these. That's the one I haven't checked yet. Yeah. Reset X form, that's what it is. Okay, so that's where it is. I knew it was in a simple, so that's one of the last things I didn't do. That's what I was overlooking, is because I primarily use the hammer for doing collapsing. You know, so as far as when I want to collapse. So here's the reset X form. So when I apply that, I should be able to just hold on. Reset selected, like that. There we go. So yeah, I know that was that simple. So, excuse me folks for stepping on myself, I was just totally overlooking it. But it is just that simple. And in fact, just so that I can remember this in the future, I'm actually going to put a marker on the stream to help me remind me of that. But it is just that simple. It's in the hammer, under the same menu as collapse that I use a lot. Reset, and then once you got it selected, reset selected, and it moves that box. Yeah, so it's just as simple as that. I'm gonna actually put a stream marker on this one here so I know. That's gonna be useful for me in the future to know, because I know James, you had mentioned that to me before, and it was just that simple. But the fact that I couldn't remember because it was in such a simple. Oh my god. Okay, now reset it on. Right. Yep, that's what I want to do. So now that I've got that reset, that bounding box, I guess, around that, now I want to take. I gotta find another one here. So let's do. I want to do a 1-to-1 actually. So here, let me do this real quick. So if I do this, let me do this real quick. I'm gonna do it on all these because all these are wonked. I'm gonna redo all these. Reset. Okay. So again, folks, if you're ever finding yourself where your X form is not, your bounding box for your object is all out of wonk. Okay, why does it still got? Hold on. I think you still gotta collapse it down. Collapse all. Yeah, so you still have to collapse all. It does put a modifier. I do remember that too. You still have to make sure that you collapse the modifier so that it does fully take effect. Yeah, so that's the other step. So it's still showing where originally corrected it from. So in order for it to take on the new X form, as far as your bounding box for your model, you want to collapse all, hold yes, and then that's fine. Now you're good to go. So I'm going to do this to all of these because they're all out of wonk. Okay, so we'll do this, select that, go into here, collapse to all. Bam. Okay, so we're going to do all these. Okay, we go with a hammer, reset, selected, go to here, collapse. There we go. Now we're doing. See, I knew it was this fast. I just couldn't remember what the hell it was. Driving me nuts. I appreciate that, James. Yes. All right, so go to here and just collapse them all. There we go. Now that we got those all done, I'm gonna go ahead and, just for the sake of it, save us some time. I'm gonna save this scene. Okay. Save it that way. Now we're gonna choose which ones have I not replaced yet. This one here. So this one here, I'm gonna use this donor. So let's apply the substitute to this. And actually, yeah, I gotta apply it to the actual when I want to substitute well. Yeah, so the donors are done, I just didn't do the substitute. So that's the other thing I gotta do. So let's do that too. So we gotta go reset, selected, collapse the modifier, like so. Now we can do a 1-to-1. Now let's see if this works. So we'll put the substitute on this. Make sure it's edible poly. Let's just make sure it's an edible poly. Okay. Apply the substitute modifier. There it is. Substitute modifier is applied. Okay. Now what we can do is put that on there. We can pick it from here and use that one. Do a yes. Looks like it worked. It sure the hell did. Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Sure the heck did. And the way I can tell is because it's got the fewer polys on the side. There we go. And it kept our donor model. That's freaking sweet. I love that. Okay, so that's what I'm going to use. Bam! Exactly. So it had to do with that X form. The X form, because it was all on wonk like that. And that'll happen with a lot of the modifiers too, I've come to find. So like you got to make sure your X form is correct before it'll allow you to apply a lot of modifiers. And that's no difference. Okay, so I need to do it on all these models that have these wonked out X forms. So let's go ahead and apply that. So select that. Always have to make sure you go into this and collapse the modifier to fully apply that modifier. Okay. At least that's always been my approach to it anyway. Make sure that's fully applied. Because a lot of times when you go to apply, like if I was to apply that substitute modifier, it may not necessarily still work. Because it's still reading, I guess, the original X form. You know, this bounding box, if you will. Okay, so let's go ahead and apply this one. I probably won't worry about the ones I already done. I'll just leave those like they are. It's just the ones that I don't have done, I'll apply that to. Yep, like this. Yeah, this one I must have had open for some reason. Okay. Collapsed all. Cool. There's that one. Okay, what's the other ones? Yeah, this one, this one. That one's already... Yeah, some of these I already replaced, so I don't need to do those. So this one I didn't, this one I didn't. I can tell by the polys that are still on the side, so. We got so many polys on the ones that we did not replace yet. Okay. That's something new. I like those. Good stuff. Flying new stuff that we didn't ever use before. Reset. Like that. Over here. Collapse it all. So now it's just a matter of all these ones we want to replace out here. I need to apply that so that it matches the donor, basically. Okay, this one I already replaced. That one's already replaced. Okay, so these two here I did not replace yet. That one I did. Okay, so let's try this again. So we're gonna do substituter. Let's go in here. We'll do a substitute. And it's not too far up from the unwrap actually. So if we just do the substitute, that's applied. And then we want to replace. We want to substitute or replace this one with that one. So we want to go like this. Select that. Do a yes. And there we go. That's freaking awesome. Alright. Awesome. Alright, so now we can do this one. Let's try it this way. So if we do a substitute modifier, it actually still keeps that the modifier on there, so keep that in mind. Actually, hold on. Why has it got this bolded? Interesting. So this is still being considered a donor, I guess you could say. Huh. But it still has the substitute modifier. I'm just kind of observing this here. It's got this bolded though. I'm not sure why that is. In the rollout. Interesting.
which is more.
Okay, let's put the substitute modifier on this one. This is something I'm paying attention to. So substitute modifier there, and we want to select from here. We want to replace that. Yes. Boom. Bam. Okay, just like that. I like that feature. That's cool. That's gonna save so much time here. Those are all done. Yep, got one right here. So I gotta apply X form to this one first, though. Right. Yep. Collapse all. Yes. Okay. Let's get all these here. So all these I think are pretty much replaced either by the substitute or just me bringing it over, you know, as far as cloning it. So I can tell by the faces on it. So I got all these, and you still need to replace. I'm gonna redo these X forms. Yeah, definitely have a cool new tool. I like it. Important info. The name of a modifier appears in boldface if it's a part of an instance pipeline, whatever that means. That's what I was noticing as far as this one here. Yeah, if I go back into that, it's still showing bold. So yeah, I guess because it was used, I guess for a function or whatever, I guess previously, if that's what that means. I don't know if that's a proper way to put it. Alright, so I think I already did this one. Okay, so I just need to collapse it. There we go. Okay, so we'll get this one. Guess it didn't hurt it doing that way. Collapse all. Cool. I assume the cog clones become instance in this case. That should not matter. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I don't think it should matter, but what that kind of reminds me of is that yeah, that it was used like for a previous function or something like that. The Boolean will sometimes do that too. Like it'll have the Boolean modifier and it'll turn it to a Boolean in the rollout, and it kind of does the same things. So okay, so we need the X form like that, and let's collapse that. Collapse to all. There we go. Cool. This one, you can see how they're all wonked out. And I don't think even if your X form doesn't need to be reset, it doesn't hurt it. It doesn't wonk it out. So I did that twice. I guess that just to make sure. And yeah, so just if anything, that reassures me that it's not. Yeah, but see all these are wonked out. So I'm just gonna do all these. Okay. So we'll get all these here. Oh yeah, this tune's getting me in the zone now. Oh yeah, okay. So. Okay, so we'll do hammer, X form. Oh yeah, okay. So we'll get all these ones in the center here. So this one, reset X form. Did I do it? Yeah. Oh, see, I did it twice there, which shouldn't matter. Yeah, but it did necessarily do it twice. So I'll just go ahead and collapse to all. See, I did have two of them in there because I did apply the reset twice, but it doesn't wonk out. Even though it's got the two in there, it doesn't, you know, like over wonk it, I guess you could say, for lack of a better way to put it. So even if you do it twice, as far as the reset, all it does is just puts a second modifier, I guess, in the X form. But you can just collapse them all down, that's fine. Okay, so we got reset. stall. We're going to get all these set. Once I get all this done, it should be pretty easy to substitute. Just a matter of picking the one I want to substitute with, and there we go. It's just going through this motion here first. Yep. No. Now I'll get all these on the outside. And now I'll get all the ones on the outside over here. We should be good. So I'm going to do a reset. I don't know why I keep going to the bottom of that list. Goofy thing, anyway. You guys look at Set. You can see how it's basically just snaps the bounding box, back square around the model. So that's what's called the X form. In case anybody wasn't too sure, the X form is basically just the bounding box for it. How they got that way, I have no idea. I do not know. Like I said, the last time I worked on these models up until this point was back 3 years ago. So I have no clue. It's much the same idea as far as like stuff we're just trying to try out, learn, as far as to understand what's going on with these things. Yeah, that's on an angle, so that's probably why it's like, whoa, why is it still it's on an angle? Okay, we're getting there. We got these last few right here. Oops, what am I doing? That. Here, let me do this. I got a better idea. I'm gonna do this. Got a better idea. Let's do all these. Do them in stages here. So do that. And we'll go back to this one and we'll collapse it. This might be a little quicker. It's all trying to be efficient anyway. When it comes to stuff like this, when you got a lot of repetitive work, I guess, to do like this, it sometimes does require, I guess, to try to be how to do it, I guess, more efficient. And having this substitute thing is definitely a lot more efficient. Alright, so double check all of our models here. So I need to replace this one. So let's put a substitute modifier on that. Right there. I like it that it's not that far away from the unwrap. It's only slightly up from that. So we got that on there. Populates this. I want to replace that with that. Yes? There we go. Boom. Alright, substituter on this one. Yeah, I definitely like where that location of that substitute is, actually. Not gonna lie. So that one we want to substitute with this one. Boom. Same thing here. Now I could necessarily just clone this one again because it's already got the substitute modifier, but I want to get used to actually where the substitute is. This is what helps me remember for myself. It's just like with that X-form thing. I could picture and I knew it was a pretty simple thing, but the fact that I couldn't remember having a brain fart, yeah, it's just so. All right, so substitute modifiers to that. Select which one is that? That's this one. Yes. See, and I can tell it is because all those faces get reduced on the side. You can kind of see the edges on that, so you can definitely see how that's replaced. You can assign a shortcut to the substitute mod. Probably. That's another thing too. I wouldn't doubt it. I'll have to look into that. Yeah, so to apply the substitute modifier, there might be a shortcut you could apply so that it just, you hit, like a keystroke and automatically apply it. Max is pretty good for that type of stuff too, like the Swift loop. Same thing. I think I got that set up to a Shift S. It'll apply a swift loop to that, and then you can cut it. It's pretty simple, pretty fluid. Okay, so there we go. Substitute modifier on this, like so. And just select that, and we want to replace that with this one. Yes. I can instantly see that change. That's so cool. I like it. Freaking awesome, man. Anything to make it a little bit quicker. Alright, that. The thing I keep forgetting is to go over here and actually pick the model. It's kind of much the same as a boolean. When you do a boolean, you have to pick what you want in the scene, as far as to cut and or to cut with. As far as your operand A and B, it's kind of the same idea. Same idea. Same idea. I can essentially probably use any one of these models. I'm just trying to replace it with the same one that I have. I could probably do... In fact, we can try that. So we got some of these we need to replace anyway with something different. So if I do a substitute to this, I'm going to try this really quick. So instead of picking one that's... You can kind of randomize this a little bit better. So if I do a substitute... And then... I'll pick something different here. So let's do this one. Bam. Freaking cool, man. Love it. So it doesn't matter if the models match or whatever. Just replace it with whatever. I like it. Substitute. Wait a minute, what happened here? What the heck happened there? That one looked like I got wonked out there. Oh, something happened to this one. Hold on, let me, something happened to that one. I don't know what, though. Holy mackerel. I'm gonna get rid of that one. You see all the faces in that one? Something happened to this one. I don't know what, though. Yowza. Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of that one. Holy mackerel. Okay, so that's no problem. So what I'll do is I'll do this. I'll substitute it to that. I thought maybe at first I put the wrong modifier to it, but what was that? Oh, you know what? I did a subdivide. My bad. I did a subdivide instead of substitute. Automo playlist. Hold on a minute. Yes. Cool. I did a subdivide instead of a substitute. So I got a little carried away there. Hello? Hello? There we go. Kind of lost my things when I go check the playlist there. Okay. There we go. Yeah, I did a subdivide anyway. So yeah, substitute. And I can choose any one of these donors, basically. Let's go like this. Let's put this one there. Yes. Cool. I'll just, that's fine. I'll just leave it like that. That's fine. So I got one less camper in this whole thing. So we'll just do substitute. Yeah, so the fact that there's a subdivider above the substitute, that's what I had. That's why I had it all chopped up. That's a whole nother deal there, yeah. We don't need to do that. Alright, so let's put this one. Cool. Substitute. Yeah, I'm making sure I don't select the subdivide now. I'll know which one if I do. If it slices it up into a million pieces, then I know. Okay, so this one we'll keep it with this one. Cool. Substitute. Subdivider, subsolve, whatever the heck it was. Label as there. This one we'll do. Let's see. Let's do this one. There we go. We had to break that one up there. We had too many of the same. Alright, now I think all we've got left are the outside. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, just the outside ones here. So subdivide. Substitute. Pick. I like how it's keeping it. I'm going to really see how this works if it keeps it in that same orientation. Nope. See, it does change orientation. So that might be somewhat. I was hoping maybe it would just keep the orientation. So it does change the orientation, but it's based on the substitution of the donor. That's what it's going by. Okay, no biggie. I can deal with that. That would have been really cool if it would have kept the orientation of it. That would have been super cool. But I can live with that. All right, so let's do substitute on that. So the fact that these were all pointing in the same direction as the donors, that's probably why I didn't do it. So all these are probably going to turn the same direction as what I'm using as a donor. But that's okay. Substitute. Pick. Let's see which one's that. That is this one. Yeah. So that's all it's doing is it's changing the orientation of that. That's perfectly fine. I can deal with that. Oops, not the X one. Substitute. Pick. And let's see which one is that one. Is this one? Cool. Turn it. So I just got to get these outside ones. Substitute. This is definitely a lot quicker. Oh man, I'll admit it. Which one is that? That's this one. Okay. Now it probably would bode well as if you've got your pivot set on all your donor models set the same as what you want to replace. All I really having to do is just, turn it back on that same pivot that the original one was. So it's really all it boils down to. So if it was a different pivot in comparison to the X form, that would really probably screw it up. Depending on your translate, as far as your center pivot, whatever. Alright, so we need this one, substitute. Why do I keep going to that? I don't understand. Stop doing that. We already did that. Okay, so substitute, pick this one. Which one is that? That's this one here. Yes. I'll have to check it with the original Pappy model just to make sure I got the right. Yep. That's not a big deal. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, this one's still got its X form on it, my bad. I missed this one. Collapsed all. Yep, I just missed one as well. No problem. Okay, cool. Substitute. Back. We'll do the same thing here. We'll go on this back row here. We'll just apply all the substitute. Substitute. That's probably where the shortcut would come in really handy for doing this type of stuff. Most of the shortcuts are usually pretty easy to set up. You just have to go in your preferences. But I don't want to stumble anymore. I'm kind of on a roll. So I'll just do it this way. Okay, now I can go here. Take that one. Yes. It's going to change that orientation, which is fine. Do that. I'm really curious to see how many polys we got in this thing now. Because we had, what did we say, 5,610 or something like that? Start off with 2813, 5610. Now we should be like significantly less. Might even be less than 2,000. We'll see. If that's the case, then we should have no problem. Yeah. this one. Yeah. Turn that. Okay. That's this one. Now it still has that substitute in there, but we'll go through this all and make sure once we're done. So that one's going to be this one. I do like that feature though, it's cool. I dig it. Dig it a lot. So this. Let me get a heck yeah in the chat. Oh, retain local oh, I almost missed that. You can create toolbars and max. Oh, I have not done this. Oh, I knew about the toolbars. I mean, I did that for the snaps. As far as that stuff, yeah. Oh, right on the modifier pane, huh? That one I'm not sure. Alright, so this one and this one, yeah. So, retain local rotation. You can create toolbars. Retain local rotation. Oh, so you can. Yeah. So I guess maybe if I do a local. Maybe you're right. So if I set this to local. Oh well, I got them all done now. Okay, so I got these all done. Now what I want to do is collapse all. I don't think this part's probably necessary, but I'll do it anyway. I could probably get rid of that when I collapse the entire model. But I'll go through this. Collapse these all down. There probably is a way. Let me try something. If I do go like this, can I do this multiplicity? No, I can't. So I can't go into the modifier list. Okay, so I would have to do these independently. All these would have to be done independently. You got to be able to get into the modifier list for each one. I don't really think it's necessary, but yeah, I can leave the rest of those like that. That's fine. So let's go ahead and save this scene. I did all these for sure. So let's save this model. This scene, I should say. Alright, and what we do need to check is this. So this is the original Pappy model. I just want to make sure that some of these here are not. What's going on here? Okay, that's well inside that footprint anyway. Oh, come on now. What you doing? Okay, that should be fine for now. We can always adjust this afterwards. I just kind of wanted to make sure there wasn't too much outside the footprint. I think we should be alright for starters. Alright, so now what I can do is delete. Oh. Yeah, so I can delete that. Delete the donor models. I already got the scene saved. Okay, and then I want to collapse. Oh man, I got this on the. Hold on. Got changing my tool here. Drag select. All those. Collapse this down. Okay, that's now in one object. What do we got for polys now? 1,418 polys. Holy smokes, that's a huge reduction. Holy mackerel, man, that's huge. I kind of figured it was going to be under 2,000, but I didn't think it was going to be that much under 2,000. Holy smokes, man. Damn right, pal. Holy smokes, that's huge. Alright, so anyway, everything else out of the scene. I need to spit this out as a 3DS. So let's do that. Go to my directory here, mesh, general, infield camper groups, 3DS, shared, and we want to save a 3DS. So we can put this into Max 5, create our pass files. Beautiful. Alright, so let's reset this. Don't save it. We already got it saved with all that before we collapse that down and all that shit, that stuff, so we're good there. Now, let's minimize that. Let's open up Max 5. Get down to the nitty gritty here, folks, man. There should be no reason this model shouldn't work. None. Yeah, so this is all good. That's normal. There should be absolutely no reason why this model should crash the sim. Alright, so we want to import, navigate to try to get it. Dash items. Oh my god. General. Camper groups. 3DS. Shared. Camper cog. Cool. Alright, bring that in. Put supplier. We gotta make 2 pass files. One being the one for day and one for night. Okay. Go hit the sphere. It's already pointed to that. Cool. Apply it. Make sure it's physically applied to the model. In this case, what I will do, I'm not even gonna worry about that right now. I can always do that later. As far as the name of the mesh, the shape, right up in here. So I want to spit this out as a 3DS or a pass. I'm sorry. So export. I need to navigate to it. Whoops. Wrong directory. General. Camper groups. 3DS. Share. And I want to save this as a pass file. I want to overdo cog D, camper cog D. Yes. Okay, and then we want to apply our night texture. Just replace it this way. Change that. And do an export. Camper cog in. There we go. So now we got our 2 pass files. Here's our 2 pass files. I've already got that directory open for the make a 3DO. So we can copy these new pass files. We don't need anything else. We haven't changed anything else. Paste these into here. Yep. And then we can just run our command prompt. And I've already got it typed in there. All I got to do is F8. Like so. It's already typed. Go to the end of the line. Enter. Spits out my new 3DO. Cut that. I'm going to paste that into my game track directory, which is here. Right? Yes. New. Correct. Alright, so let's just go ahead and open this up here really quick and make sure. Alright, so there's the model. I mean, and again, like I've always said, don't always want to go by what's going on in here, but you can see that shading necessarily that we're seeing, you know, as far as that anomalies, you know, that shading on some of these models, it doesn't exist in here, so it shouldn't in the sim either. Okay, might even be able to put some more in here. If this works, I might necessarily be able to put some more in here. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. Alright, so now what we need to do is test in the sim itself. Let's do that. I'm going to launch this once again, I guess, by Camera Control Master. It worked earlier, so it should still work. Hopefully. Hopefully. Alright, so let's go ahead and launch. Crossing the fingers. Crossing the fingers. Alright, so here we go. We're going to go 98 mod single race. Let's check the options again. Okay, just making sure. Now, the key session that we want this to work in is race. That's the key one. So it doesn't show during practice, qualifying, or happy hour. Only during race. So we're gonna kind of go through all these. That, and here's race. So far, so good.
Drivers, to your cars.
It gives me the drive button. I can go ahead and drive. You can see it to the left side there, right behind the pit. I'm gonna go ahead and retire, but yeah, I think we got it. I think we're good. I think we're golden, folks. I'm gonna retire, and then I'm gonna go here. Let's put this on live. You can see the camper model right there. And we are in race mode. And those look pretty good. Those look fantastic, so actually. Let me go to this one here. We can actually adjust our pit angle here. Okay, look at that. Look at that. I mean, there's some minor things I would probably consider adjusting on the texture. Like, for instance, I would probably fix how dark the tires are in that. A little too dark, I think. You know, just little stuff like that. That's nothing. It's kind of like this. So yeah, you can kind of take a look at these now. I don't have this really, yeah, because the way the terrain is in here in the infield is going to kind of be wonky. But yeah, they actually turned out pretty freaking good. I'm happy with this. And really, the way I think of it, like I said, I could probably add, some more to this. There's probably a lot of room now. Now, with it being down to 1,400, I mean, holy cow, man. Holy cow, man. Well, we finally got a replacement model made for our camper cog. And this can, as I've said, this can be used either by directly installing it into the track or just calling it up from the shared folder. Yeah, so we still got some, we still have some, what you call it, campers that are kind of the same, within the same vicinity of each other, which is no big deal. No big deal. We can tweak that now. Now that we know we've got something that's working in here, we can definitely work with this. Definitely work with this. Cool, man. Alright, so let me do this. I'll swing this around here like that. That turned out cool, I think. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking too, James, as far as it looks weird in a good way, yeah. Let me see if I can pivot this a little bit. There we go. Freaking cool, man. Alright, so let's end that. Take a screenshot there. Yeah. Fantastic. Well, that's kind of where I wanted to get to at this point in the game. It didn't take quite as long as I thought once we figured out that that substitute thing, which is actually a good thing. That's actually going to help as far as being able to swap out, I guess, what you got in it, for doing stuff like that. I imagine there's plenty of other applications for that. But yeah, this is really the point that I wanted to get to, at least, was this. Now, with that texture, as I've been mentioning all through streaming at the beginning of the stream, that same texture will be able to be used with the other camper models that have the 3D wheels already applied to it. This is just a dummied down version of that, of those individual camper models is all. It doesn't take away, and that's what I was kind of trying to go for. Being able to take a bigger chunk of the campers and have that versatility of either the big chunk like this one is, or just the individual pieces like the camper lines and the camper curves and such like that. You can definitely probably infuse some of those smaller camper models with the 3D wheels outside of this model and what have you, and you could really add some dynamic to the outside or inside infield of the track. So I'm super thrilled. I mean, this is great. I mean, what I do take away from the fact that all the work that I did, I guess, to try and make the polys that did exist before we did what we just did, all that work, all that time, that was wasted. The one thing I take from that is there's always a better way. Because that's what we kind of always philosophize, I guess, as far as doing these types of things. There's usually always a better way. No different, I guess, with trying to find that substitute modifier to work. Instead of cloning one by one, like I was doing, there's usually always a better way. And I think that's two takes, I guess, to take, in this whole thing. What I did to get to this point, and then the substitute, that's two things we can take from that. There's always a better way. So, with all that said and done, I think I'll go ahead and close the game down here. That's pretty cool. So the cars are going around the track. We do have some more things that James had mentioned that will necessarily get applied to the track at a later time. I had retweeted James's tweet about what he's got going on his end. So yeah, look forward to that, being able to place that into the track for sure. Yeah, I'm kind of super stoked. So the other thing I will have to do, and I think I've already mentioned this too at the start of the stream, because of all the revamping I had to do to the texture, I will find it necessary, all those individual camper groups that I was talking about, as far as the camper lines and the camper curve, they will have to be redone because of this new texture realignment. And that's not a big deal. I've got all the scripts, all the original files for that. Yeah, as far as all these original camper curve, camper line 1 and 2, and the V line, I'll have to redo those models for all these retexturing. So I'll have to swap, using that substitute feature. That's going to be a huge time saver as far as to get that put in it. I'll have to try that too, like you mentioned, James, as far as the local rotation thing or whatever it is. Oh, is it being nice now? Just catching up on chat here. Is the bot being nice now as far as they giving you stuff? So your wrist failed. The shot gave you 82. Torch, what did you get? 41 units there. Nothing on. Okay, so now the bot starts to be nice. Isn't that crazy? I mean the slots are usually a dud, but yeah, affect the risk in that. Cool. Yeah, so that's something else that I'll have to do. I think I'm gonna pretty much put it to a close, I guess, as far as creating this new camper cog, as they call it. And this, like I said, this completely replaces the original that's in the game. That's why this is in the shared folder. These are all originally replaced files. As far as the original names for that Pappy applied to it, These here I can obviously delete. These are based on, now what's even cooler about this camper cog that I created here, and I think I showed this last time too, just kind of summarizing some things. This model, the way I've got it scripted, will work when it's called up into the shared folder. If it's a night track, it'll apply the night texture. If it's a day track, just like we've seen, it'll apply the day texture. So that's already infused into the model to work with the shared. Now, if you did necessarily want to take this model and install it directly to the track folder, you can still do that. And regardless of if you switch it to a night track as opposed to day track, so on and so forth, it'll already accommodate regardless of which way you install it into the track, either directly or just through the shared folder. So that was something else I wanted to, you know, really put some focus on as far as that went. So, but yeah, super stoked. Now I got a little bit of work to do, like I said, as far as to redo those individual smaller camper groups, but that's about it. Everything's pretty much done. I'll probably work on that on the off stream, and yeah, that's pretty much all I got. I'm glad we did figure out, I guess, some new things that we never used before. Did that live, and we'll probably put a tutorial out for that, actually. If we don't necessarily cut it out from the VOD, I guess, from this stream, we won't necessarily make that available, I guess, to make your lives a little bit easier, I guess, as far as when you find it necessary to have to substitute things like that or what have you. So, yeah, look forward to that. I really need to get something to eat. I need to use the restroom, and yeah, I was like super hyped and stoked or whatever just to get that done, just like I was last week. We're a little bit ahead of schedule, actually, because I was well over 6 hours last week. So, you have a list of vids to make? Cool. I'll have to collaborate. We'll have to get together, James, and see what you've got in the makings, I guess, as far as vids. I've got some myself. That substitute thing would necessarily be one of them. But also, like, just to kind of reaffirm, I guess, as far as what you do necessarily need to apply to a scratch build of a track. I think that was something else to summarize. That being at least 2 items from the shared folder, and they can be any 2 items in order to get all the functionality, I guess, of the flaggers. That's what ultimately came to be our issue that we had with the track, as far as the flaggers working. The race, you know, as far as functionality of it otherwise works, you just didn't have any visual flaggers. And part of that we came to the conclusion of, you do necessarily have to have at least. Now, what hasn't been tested yet, with that being said, what hasn't been tested yet is if after you get the flaggers working, can those shared items those 2 minimum that you applied to the track, can they be removed, and do you still have that functionality? That we're not 100% sure of. I do know for a fact, because this has been done with some other track builds that we have, that you can necessarily, anything that's from the shared folder, that's originally called from the shared folder, you can necessarily put that directly into the track, and the game works fine. The sim works fine, you know, as far as the flaggers all work and so on. So I know it's possible, but the fact that if it's a completely scratch built as compared to something that's already built might necessarily have something to do with it. That's what I'm not 100% sure. So just some things to keep in mind if you're necessarily trying to build a scratch build track for our 2003 NASCAR Racing 2003 season. And yeah. So with all that said, like I said, I need to use the restroom. I need to get some food. I'm freaking starving. I'm glad I got this working, and hopefully looking forward, I guess, to all the other things that come with the track, as far as what James is working on in the background. Let's gonna bring this over here. Don't mind that. I do want to make sure that I put all. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on the channel to be notified when. Whoop! I guess because you social. My bad. Forgot my own command. There we go. So that's all the social groups. So yeah, make sure you hit the follow button on the channel to get all the notifications for when the stream goes live next. feel free, I guess, to check out the all the social medias as far as the Discord, Twitter, and Spline Design Studios Facebook group page to get information on anything going on outside live streams, otherwise off stream. We do post some information on occasion as far as what we're working on, what's going on there, and what's to come, so on and so forth. So do feel free, I guess, to sign up for those. With all that being said, I'm famished. I need to use the restroom, and I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your weekend. Try to stay warm. If you are in that part of the world, I guess that does get cold, I guess, this time of year. And we should be able to see you next week. We'll still be on next week. I know that is the week of Christmas necessarily, but we will be going on the 28th of December, which would be next week. Actually, I take that back. As far as what are we on right now? I got my dates wrong. Hold on. We're on the 14th right now. So yeah, 21st. We're good to go. Never mind. Scratch that. I got my calendar right in front of me. On the 28th, I'm making sure that I let everybody know that we will be streaming all through December. There's no breaks. There might even be some bonus streams in there too. Not sure yet. By bonus, I'm just saying I'll do some gameplay or something like that. I really want to get into some more Wreckfest that I used to do on Wednesdays and such. So I do necessarily want to do that again at some point. I may do that within the next 2 weeks, through the holidays and that. If you're looking for something to watch, look out for that. Again, hit that follow button on the channel for when stream goes live, and keep an eye, I guess, on the Twitters, Discord, and Facebook group page. All right. Yes, Torch. We'll see you all well, and I hope, like I said, I hope you have a wonderful rest of your weekend. Feel free to stick around for the end of the stream. At the end of the stream for the host, and again, I'll see you all again next time. Bye for now.